Hello. Another day, another attempt at changing microphone settings. How does this one sound? This one sounds quite a bit better than my last attempt. Can't tell if my voice is lagging because of the setting changes in my microphone or because just I'm not having good connectivity today. It looks like it's probably connectivity because I can see the box turning between yellow and red. I don't know why during the week I have such bad connectivity. You'd think it'd be better considering. But yeah, alright, we will try it out with this voice, and then I will get to see how terrible it is in the recording. Alright, so welcome everyone, my name's Poetentate, but I go by Poe. This is our limited edition Wednesday streams that I'm gonna do until I get a day job again. As for those of you who have watched my prior streams, I am currently trying to get the main quest done frantically so that I can get this limited event done before it goes away. As you can see, we only got 4 more days, and I still haven't gotten through enough of the main quests to unlock it yet. It's driving me mad. We have this limited time event as well, but this one I have a little bit more wiggle room. And then this one just dropped, but this one is just on the simulated universe. If you get the planner fishers that you can only get in the simulated universe, which are like accessories that you can put on, it'll drop double. And so I will probably be going for, let's see. I can't show you them here. Oh wait, I know where I can show you them. Here. This one. As you can see, I haven't started doing simulated universe yet for this week, but I will probably be focusing on World 6 because I can get a lot of the Bellabog artifacts and I can start building Gepard a lot better. Now, let's show you what achievements I got while we were away. Not many. I'm starting to get low on like achievements I can get. So level up 4 relics to level 15. And the only ones that you can level up to level 15 are the golden relics. So I finally leveled up 4 gold relics. Because the other day I had to level up some relics to get like for like the daily quests. So I have some gold ones finally on Gepard, so I leveled up those. Alright, we have some text messages, so let's go through those. We have quite a few, actually. Alright, so let's look at Ching Chui. Always trying to get us to do her work for her. What do you want? You know, it's pretty quiet at work today. Want to chat? She's gone offline. Why did you go offline? Are you done with work? Someone was behind me, you know. What would happen if you were seen? I don't know. I'll never be caught. Aren't I awesome? I'm here. You should pay attention at work. Oh, I've got some text messages from the Lion Man himself. Alright, let's see what we got. Kalis, I have a rather abrupt request. I mean, everything you've requested from us has been abrupt, but go ahead. Let's hear it, General. When you're free, could you please spend some time sparring with, Yang Qing? There we go. Oh. I haven't met them yet, technically. My disciple, and also a lieutenant of the Cloud Knights. Can I spar with you first? That way you also get a taste of my capabilities. I'm already well aware of your capabilities, Kalis. Oh my, you saw through me. You're exposed to the fact that I don't know how to use a sword at all. You don't use a sword, and therefore don't abide by the rules and conventions of a sword fight. For Yanqing to try his skills against such an opponent would be a supreme opportunity. As for a spar between you and me, perhaps it'd be better to plan for that after you've sparred with Yanqing. However, I have one request. If you cannot agree to it, Kalis, then we cannot fight. Alright, what is it? Do not book our spar for the afternoon. That time is spar time and I'm sleepy. I feel you, man. The best time, like, wise to make it, like, the best time to take a nap is, like, either middle of the day till 3, because I told you all in my last stream, I sleep for, like, 3 hours if I take a nap. Or 3 to, like, 5 or 3 to 6. I don't know what it is about, like, 3 to 5, but for some reason I can sleep only 2 hours, feel great. It's, like, the only time of the day where I can sleep only 2 hours and feel great about it. But, like, 3 to 5 or 12 to 3. Alright, pardon me, Kalis, but I wonder whether you have the time to come to the seat of Divine Foresight right now for a game of Shinjo Star Chess. I have never played Shinjo Star Chess. Is it like normal chess? Or is it different? Is it that big board we saw? It's not difficult. I can teach you. Do you recall the giant sandpit in the middle of the seat of Divine Foresight? It is only used to project military objectives during war times. During peaceful days, I use it as a game board. This may be either the best or worst boss possible, depending on like how you had to deal with him. If you're actually trying to get things done, you would want to burn this man alive. If you're just trying to slack like Qingchui is, then greatest boss ever. I like to study Star Chess puzzles in books when I'm free. I feel like this man would like the Hexanexus puzzles. But there are only so many of them. Once I've solved all the puzzles, I still need to seek out real opponents. Would you be interested? Sure. Since the general has invited me, then I will learn this game no matter how hard it is. In that case, I'll tell you the truth of what's happening without fear of you laughing at me, Kalis. The tea house sent over a collection of new releases from the Immortals Delights, but I'm the only person in the seat of Divine Foresight right now. I can't finish these teas, and I don't want to refuse the tea house's goodwill. I will head over immediately to help, General. Excellent. This man, if he ever got introduced to the lol emoji, I feel like he'd use the lol, he'd use the lol a lot in text. Oh, this account is disabled. Business contact, Asta. Come, for a test. Simulated universe update? We have a small update that can dissect and snapshot a section of time in a simulated universe. That sounds like the other one that we have to do, the Forgotten Hall. That sounds so familiar. Did we talk about this before? Really? Maybe. Stefan insists on having comparative data. He's working really diligently and says this is just how much effort you need to put in for a project. Remember to come test. Bye. Okay. Danha, can we... We still can't do your thing. Alright. Where were we? Yeah, so last time we were doing these, what was it? We were doing a side quest, because if we didn't do it, the main quest would get rid of it. Like, you wouldn't be able to do it once you got done with a certain part of the main quest. Where was it? We had to, like, talk to a lady. She was helping us with it. She, like... It's like, oh, once you're done, talk to me. And you can start on the next part of the quest. Oh my gosh, I've lost where she was. I feel like she was... in one of the main areas. Shoot. I have to look up where it is because I have no idea where it was now. It's not showing up as like a marker on my map either. Something had it as like that it was already on it. Yeah, it's this one. Sinners misled, credence falsified. Okay.
It's getting late. Where to now?
Ah, you're back. From the sound of your stride, I sense you're in good spirits. I wouldn't be envious. This is not an innate ability, merely compensation for my visual impairment. Ultimately, nothing I hear or smell can match the vividness of the colors that you perceive. Let's get down to business. I analyzed the prescription you procured, the draft of Draconic Surge. Now that I have a preliminary conclusion, it needs to be delivered to the seat of Divine Foresight. The conclusion. Put simply, I don't believe that the draft of Draconic Surge holds the cure to the Mara. Even in the foreseeable future, there will likely not be any such cure. I've compiled the details into a written analysis. If you're interested, feel free to take a look. This is a copy of pharmacological studies on the draft of Draconic Surge. If the Chief Counselor wants to see it urgently, I'll have to ask you to deliver it for me.
Shall we read it? Or shall we just get to it? Let's see. Bookshelf. I haven't read like anything from the Jin show. Okay, well, we can read it. Into this corner or something. Have you come to see the seat of Divine Foresight on any official business? I can help you pass on. Could you please wait here a moment? I'll go and report in for you. 'Tis I, back with more info that apparently the entire intelligence division... Okay, so this is the thing that he was just talking about. That's really cool. But this is the thing he was just talking about in that text message, Tingyun. This is apparently the chessboard.
You're back. Anything you wanted to share? Wow. Even for those alchemists, that was fast. Don Shu. Wait, why would the Alchemy Commission's chief alchemist be away from her post?
I'm concerned. But also, we talked to her. We're the ones that got the initial, she's the one that gave us the initial piece of paper that, gave us the info that kind of started this quest. So I'm curious, like, now that she's saying that, I'm immediately on guard, like, oh no.
I've heard that the chief alchemist is visually impaired. She rarely leaves the alchemy commission delve. She has a vast knowledge and expertise. No wonder she was able to analyze the pharmacology so quickly. Let me see her report.
Expression is serious as she completes reading Danshu's report.
No cure? Where did these villains get their hands on such a complex prescription? This is infuriating.
I love pain.
Still, this is a clue we can follow. Thank you. Please accept these gifts for your efforts.
They're technically shorts, but they're really cute.
Please, take them. You've done so much for the Lafu, for the Xianzhou. This is the least I could do.
Have you some time? There's some issues with which I should like your expertise. Can you drop by the Sinwood Pavilion for a spell? At your earliest convenience would be best. Us over here being like, haha, we're finally done with the quest. And then it'd just be like, no, you're not. Not anytime soon. Gotta get done with these side quests, and then we gotta continue with the main quest, and eventually we'll unlock Heng's side quest, and we gotta do that one. I'm unfortunately one of those people that, like, so afraid to, like, swallow the camera. Pick up that noise.
On such short notice. My stay in Exalting Sanctum was supposed to be focused on treating people and delivering medicine. But the Seat of Divine Foresight tasked me with analyzing the prescription. I've been severely delayed. I've already concocted some of the medicine in question, but there can't be any further delays. Could you assist me in ensuring it arrives on time?
Oh no, you're so very suspicious.
Thank you. The patient in question is a little girl. If she's gotten into any trouble, be sure to let me know when you get back. This is the medicine. Her house is near the Court of Tranquility. It shouldn't be hard to find her.
Considering it was made by the chief alchemist, this should make a pretty penny. My entire Genshin brain was like, alright, jump from here to go down.
You'd be a tool to miss a
Gosh, I'm so bad with directions. Why is the something that translates from real world into a game? There it is. Alright. Child. Time for medicine.
Is this the one Danshu sent me to find? Did she come here to treat other sightless people?
Gabe's way of telling us she's blind.
Lady can't see ahead, can't see right, can't see left. Heads to the east, ends up west.
I mean, I can see and I still do that. Also, small child, I'm about to introduce you to this pond.
She's stuck. She can't get down.
Hey, what you looking at, Outworlder? Mind your own business.
I can easily pick you up and dump you in that pond.
Who do you think you are? Keep your nose out of this. I beat people up all the time.
Yeah, I feel bad for my normal insults going towards children, but I still don't. I will drop you both and all of you into this pond.
Yeah, get lost. Stop meddling in our business.
All I'm gonna do, take out the baseball bat, light it up, they'll run screaming. Arrogant kid runs up to you and punches you. You stand strong, unmoving, but the boy falls backward from the reaction.
Stop yelling and help me up already.
We didn't even...
They used some kind of hidden power. I saw it. You're a cheater.
That's right. If you hadn't cheated, I would have knocked your lights out.
I have baseball bat.
You sure about that, boss? They didn't even flinch. Ugh, shut up! Boss, let's get out of here. We shouldn't fight anyone that doesn't respect martial arts.
I'll let you off the hook this time. Next time we fight fair and square.
You say that as you're ganging up on a little blind girl.
Yeah!
3 children flee from the scene while disgruntled. You take the chance to lead the girl away from the site of conflict. Yes. Good choice. Unless she was counting her steps. You could make them more lost that way.
Thank you for helping me, mister.
I say them. Like, a lot of people who are visually impaired, when they're walking somewhere, they will count their steps. Like, they have it memorized how many steps it takes before they need to do turns and whatnot, if they don't have a some kind of sight guide. And so taking her away from the place of conflict could also mess up her steps if she does that. Also, this is the Shin show where they have that little mechanical, like, dog and stuff. I'm surprised that she doesn't have, like, a guide of some form.
I'm okay. It's my fault. I shouldn't have wandered off on my own. Then I wouldn't have run into those guys.
They should not have been treating you unfairly. It's entirely their fault. Do not accept the blame.
They always laugh at me for being blind. And they like to trip me up and steal my things.
I should have beat him up. Doesn't matter.
Thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let me off so easily. Oh, Donshu asked you to come? Things are bad on Oahu recently. Donshu must be very busy. Thank you, mister. Remember to thank her for me.
Girl takes the medicine, turns the way she came.
Why does she wander about alone? Well, I've delivered the medicine. I should report back to Donshu.
If her memory is true, Donshu was the one who gave us that initial piece of paper that started this whole thing. She obviously knows more than she's letting on. She's obviously, like, helping us get places, like, get further in the investigation.
How was she? Did you deliver the medicine?
Brat.
She reminds me of myself when I was a child. I also had to find my way in the dark, face obstacles I couldn't predict, as well as deal with unconscious prejudices people had against me. If I was ever injured by bullies or after a fall, I'd run crying to the healers at the Alchemy Commission and ask them to heal me. I suppose that's why I followed in their footsteps, to pay a little kindness forward. Thank you for looking after the child. Could I ask you for another favor, friend? I want to meet the little girl. Can you lead me to her? I worry about her wandering around on her own. And I want to know what's been on her mind lately. Her parents passed away in the denizens of Abundance Wars. The relatives who took her in aren't close to her. And whenever I treat her, she often confides in me. A healer's medicine might remedy one's physical health, but sometimes the loneliness and hurt inside one's heart needs companionship and care to heal.
Do not.
She told me that whenever she's feeling troubled, she finds a quiet corner in the Artisanship Commission and just sits there, letting the sounds wash over her. Her parents used to be artisans in the commission, so I think she has some nostalgic connection to the place. In all likelihood, that's where she'll be. There's danger around every corner these days, especially for a sightless child. Let's go.
I think this one is the teleportation to get us there. Thank God. Because I spend way too much time just running trying to find where I need to go. Full advertisement. Yeah. Did not get the first hit in, but that's fine.
Here, there's thunder.
Of fighting characters, everyone is really excited that
Are made to be broken.
the characters from Fontaine might be sight impaired in some fashion because of in the trailer he does some things that makes him look like he might be sight impaired in some form.
A will forged in ice.
And because done shoe this way, I feel like
Here, there's thunder.
it wouldn't be too difficult for Hoyo or Hoyoverse to implement either an entirely blind character or a visually impaired character.
Conflict is hideous.
It escaped. It usually does if I don't like
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
do the fight
What's
manually.
happening? Is the girl in trouble?
Didn't even see she was in trouble.
Here, there's thunder. Rules are made to be broken. The dead return.
Did not explode near her though.
It's all right. Everything's okay now, Xiao Yu.
Thank you, big brother. Thank you, Anshu.
You don't need to be scared anymore. He is here.
When I think about all the trouble I've caused you two, I feel like such a burden. I'm sorry.
Is that why you're crying? Maybe you should start getting used to this feeling, because in the next few centuries, visually impaired people like us will continue to require help from everyone we meet. So, if a little bit of guilt like this is enough to break your heart, then how will you manage such an arduous path?
I mean, it's true, but it also is like, should you be saying this to a child? Like, I wear glasses. I can like see to a degree. Like, I can't read far away. Like, that's my issue with glasses. And the far away has progressively gotten closer and closer to me. So now I can't read anything that's like... I haven't even checked recently. Let's see. Something that's like a hand's width in front of my face is about as far as I can read nowadays without my glasses. And then past that, it becomes blurrier and blurrier depending on the size. Like, and even with my glasses, it's sometimes hard to read, like, if I'm going out to eat, for example. at like a fast food place, and they always have their menu up on the like up towards the ceiling. Sometimes even that can be hard to read with my glasses. And so if I didn't have glasses, I would be in a really tough spot because I just wouldn't be able to drive because I wouldn't be able to read any of the directions and stuff. And there's just a lot of difficulties I would face because of my visual impairment. And so yes, you would have to rely on other people, and it feels so annoying to have to rely on other people. I do agree with her that like eventually you do have to get used to the fact that like you can't do it on your own, and that like sometimes asking for help is less burdensome than you attempting to do it on your own and then like failing because you can't. Like sometimes the mess that makes is worse for other people than just you asking for help. But yeah, it does, when you have to ask for it constantly, it does feel like really annoying and like you're just a big burden to everyone around you. So I can't agree, but
I'm not trying to console her. This is the reality. Walking alone in the darkness, fearing every incoming, invisible obstacle, unable to understand other people's descriptions. Everyone, everything is like a hot coal in the dark. Invisible, yet still able to burn you. As a long-life species, she can expect life to continue like this for nearly 1,000 years. She must learn to depend upon herself rather than just foolishly waiting around for the next hero to swoop in and save her.
obviously I'm not trying to like speak for people that have heavier visual impairments than me. Like what's happening with Danshu, like I cannot speak to full blindness. Just what I'm doing. I'm not trying to mansplain or anything. I can't say this because this isn't always true. Like, even in today's society, people with disabilities that need help just a lot of times cannot receive said help. Like, for example, in our government system, the disability pay, a lot of people have to choose whether to get a job or to live off disability and benefits, because if they get a job, they'll immediately lose the assistance of disability, because the threshold for how much income you can make is like super low. And but a lot of jobs just do not provide the health care that someone with disability needs, and so like a lot of them have to choose to just remain solely on disability because the health care and even the money sometimes is more than they would make if they got a job. While a lot of them would be perfectly willing to work, but they just they need the disability more, and it's a really terrible system. So I don't really agree with this statement, because it's really hard to access the help you need, at least in America. But she specifically is coming, so I can say this one.
By trying my best to change her personal circumstances. In the meantime, she'll have to learn to withstand the darkness. Just as I have.
The question is like, why they have like those little dogs and stuff, the finder dogs. Why do they not have like guides? Is it just so few people on this boat get disabilities that they're like, we don't even need to make them because it's so few people that it affects, or what?
Hey, you're right, Danshu. From now on, I'll do my best to rely on myself.
Good. I hope you remember this. Forever.
Again, I can't speak for this, but I hope the person who wrote this dialogue or this entire scene is like that Hoyo actually consulted like a blind person for this.
This place is too dangerous. Let's head back to Exalting Sanctum.
You send Danshu and the little girl back.
Thank you again for all you've done. It would seem we incomplete ones are often bullied from a tender age. I endured numerous hardships to become chief alchemist. Yet, there are still things that leave me feeling helpless.
Okay. Incomplete. Insulted anyone for like sensitivity reasons. Was there a panel at all?
That's the reason I said what I said. You might mistake my words for being hurtful. But the truth is, no amount of words can prepare her for what lies ahead.
Can that little dog not be helpful? Like, are there no aids?
For long-life species, these things are permanent. Whether we are beautiful or ugly, tall or short, wise or foolish, all of it is encoded into our flesh from the moment we are born.
Okay, but again, does that mean that there's not any aids that are made?
The impairments of short-life species can be corrected with ingenia or surgery. But that's an impossibility for Xianzhou natives. No matter the method employed, our bodies will eventually return to their original states.
Thinking of like a dog. You can like there are glasses that are being made right now, like a list of things, and then start reading off the list to you, or creating subtitles for you to read. Like, I'm talking about stuff like that.
I too was once a non-believer. I fooled myself into acquiring artificial eye implants. Soon thereafter, my sightless eyes began to regenerate, and I was left in pain and despair. That brief window of sight that I regained has turned into a perpetual source of anguish, forever etched into my mind.
Like, seriously, did Hoyo actually like do any investigation into a sensitivity panel before they made this quest and this character? And then also, do none of you get injured? Well, you're saying like it just regenerates. So does that mean if like a limb gets cut off for you all, that the limb will just eventually and slowly regrow back? So there's no way that someone can become blind, like have their eyes slowly degenerate over time, or there's no way someone can become hearing impaired over time, no matter like how much damage is done to their ears, because eventually it'll just regenerate.
For long-life species, this incompleteness is a permanent, unavoidable tenance.
You were born. What are you trying to serve under penance?
What a joke. Even the denizens of abundance, so-called abominations, needn't endure such torture. Perhaps we incomplete ones are merely traitors, cursed by the plague's author.
Sounding very treacherous. No, traitor-like.
It's nothing. Forget I said anything. Thank you for sticking with me through all of this. I think my aspirations in Exalting Sanctum have been met. For now. Oh. I have a gift for you. Though I'll need a little time to prepare it. I'll contact you once it's ready to collect. See you soon, friend.
Be surprised if she turns out to be a turncoat. Just in the fact that if they promised her a way to get better without her eyes going back to the way, don't degenerate again, I imagine that she might be willing to try it. Considering that people probably told her her eyes wouldn't get better, and she tried the implants anyway. But she said soon after. How soon are we talking? Like, did she only get like 10 minutes with sight? Or is it like you get so many years with them? You pay and pick out the bookmark you like. Hold them close to your Jade Abacus and download them to read later. You don't have a Jade Abacus, or if you just like the feeling of a book in your hands, just grab one off the shelf. Scroll rolls, bound bamboo strips, printed and bound paper books. We got all the formats. Anyway, just come see me if you like to buy a book. I need to read through stuff.
Mr. CM said that making bookworms feel at home is more important than getting them to buy something. All we ask is that you find a quiet spot away from the browsing areas.
You pick up a book that has recently gotten popular across the Alliance. Time passes quickly. Kalis, I have prepared the present of which I mentioned. Come over to the Sinwood Pavilion. I wish to entrust you with it in person. Wait, I'm coming on. Do not worry, I will be there awaiting your presence.
Ah, looks like the person you were waiting for has gotten in touch. Safe travels. Oh, maybe buy a book next time?
I'm sure you've already done all the main quests, so you missed much. I'm just trying to work my way through the main quest, and I found out that the main quest has some side quests that you have to do, otherwise the main quest will, like, get rid of them. So currently I'm doing those side quests. But yeah, no, sleep is important. You stayed up for my Friday one, even though that's, like, super early in the morning for you. So it makes sense you were catching up on the sleep on Sunday. The Sunday stream was a little bit iffy anyway, because I was testing out some new microphone settings, and I listened back to my stream, and it was a little peaky, not gonna lie. You had the sense that I was streaming. Yeah, I'm trying another set of microphone settings. Hopefully this one sounds a bit better than Sunday's.
There you are, friend. You've been running so many errands lately. I'd like for you to take some useful items away with you. Examining the exhibits in the Seat of Divine Foresight inspired me to create this. I referenced some historical texts and concocted a medicine that can extend your lifespan and improve your health. I call it the Broomdew Concentrate Pellet. And I'd like you to have it. Consuming it will make your body light, agile, and promote longevity and well-being. As a nameless, it'll make your journey a much less arduous one.
Funny as if it's an eat-along.
Well then, that's that. I've still got some other business to attend to, so shall we say goodbye for now?
I feel like set up this character as we're gonna meet later. Like, in a bad way. Like, she's gonna be part of the Sanctus Medicus people.
Perhaps the next time we meet, I'll be able to see you, in the true sense of the word.
Again, that sounds really suspicious. Like, I feel like she's gonna be fighting against us later. Danshu placed the box with the pellet on the table. You glance at it. On one hand, we get to choose whether we eat it or not. Do I get to keep it if I don't eat it? So that I can have it to, like, give to someone else later? Because I really do think our character is already a long-lived species. And because I'm already suspicious of her, I don't know if she's gonna give me poison or not. Like, I'm minorly worried about it. But like also if it's such a good restoration pellet, maybe I can give it to someone else later. Like the little girl or even Danshu herself if something bad happens. Like, do I get to keep it? That's my biggest thing. If I get to put it in my inventory, I'll put it aside. Otherwise, like, she seems like she likes us, so otherwise I'd just swallow it if I'm just gonna not pick it up. That sounds too good to be true. Like, when she explained what it does for us, it sounds too good to be true, and like, 2 errands with her? Why would we just swallow random medicine? Especially when she seems kind of suspicious. I have more, like, cons than I have pros. Put it aside. Hopefully it goes into our inventory.
It's not that I don't trust Danshu, but this doesn't seem like something I should take lightly.
I don't trust her. You might trust her, Kalis, but I don't. The puppet master controlling your body through the screen does not trust Danshu.
Something feels off. I'd better talk to Qingzu at the Seat of Divine Foresight.
Okay, cool. I can put it in my inventory. My phone, I guess, did not like me saying the word okay, because it immediately started up the kind of like, oh, we are recording what you're saying because you're asking a query or something, which I was not. Oh yeah, my stream seems to be lagging a bit, like all the good patches, so I think it's just my internet. But oh, so far so good. We're just trying to get through the, I just really want to get through these. I can't enjoy the quests as much as normal because my brain is like stuck on the like, oh my gosh, we're running out of time kind of thing. And so I'm over here, I'm not enjoying them to the fullest, I would say, but they're still enjoyable. Alright, please hear me, Rainbow Arbiter. Yufei would always laugh at me for being childish and writing to you in my diary, but this has been a habit since I was a child. Besides, I also genuinely believe you are able to read this. Your eyes have always been able to see everything you want to see. Someone like me should not have been born, yet now I live a wealthy life and have friends such as Yufei by my side. I thank your blessings every second of every day. Therefore, I hope everything I've done recently would not offend your peerless authority. I bear no dissatisfaction with the world of Jinsho that you guard and protect. I simply wish to see the real world in real colors. When I was a child in the Lyceum, and my peers bullied me for my lack of sight, I'd always firmly believed my condition to be a trial sent by the Rainbow Arbiter to test me. I maintained that belief in my later years when I entered the academy and had to spend more effort than others to keep up with my studies. But to reward me for my tenacity, you sent Yufei to be my friend. When we were 7 years old, she chased away the malevolent classmates bullying me, and she has been my best friend ever since. Yufei protected me from the bullies and helped me to keep up with my studies. During the school holidays, she would take me to visit glamorous scenes in the various ecological delves and describe their beauty to me with great vividness. Her voice is very pleasant to listen to, like the touch of a cold stream brushing past my fingertips. In theory, I shouldn't be dissatisfied with life at all. However, humans are visual creatures, and we perceive the world via lights and colors. I simply do not know what Yunfei means when she says the dust painted the sky red at the end of the forest like a flame. In fact, I don't even know what Yunfei looks like. I can touch, I can imagine, and yet I still cannot construct a complete picture. Therefore, with Yufei's support, I decided to find a way to restore my sight to myself. By the blessing of the rainbow, I have become the best alchemist in the Alchemy Commission, and Yufei is its best healer. Perhaps we can indeed find a way to free the incomplete ones from our eternal torment. Again, was there a sensitivity panel? I really want to know. Yufei and I have tried many strategies recently, but none of them worked. Firstly, we tried to non-invasively create prosthetic eyes. In fact, this is how my ingenium arm works, which can function as well as a real arm. Theoretically, these non-intrusive methods can help incomplete ones with visual impairments. However, for those with visual neuron development issues such as I, non-intrusive methods can do little to help. Secondly, we tried to create vision using the principles behind the butterfly emersia and its core. Butterfly emersia uses foxian pheromones to create controllable illusions. We wondered whether it can therefore bypass the eye as a visual signal receptor and directly send images to the brain. Alright. They tried out the immersion. It did not work. They tried to use another way. Of course, it did not work. Or it did work in some cases, but not for her because of how her condition works. And each experiment has been very costly, but has not resulted in the results that they want, and so she's starting to feel really down about it. And then they met up with an old professor who suggests to use a medication-based therapy that would produce like chemical reactions in the body to stimulate like colors, sight, sound, that kind of thing. But again, it did not work. She desperately wants to see what her best friend looks like. She was able to see her friend with the transplant eyes that she talked about before. But eventually her body will start to regenerate her own eyes, and so it will cause pain because the transplant and the new eyeball that's growing would fight against each other. Oh shoot, the transplant only lasts 10 days? Their regeneration is that fast? That was my question I had earlier in the stream, was like, how quickly does the transplant, like, not work? But if she only gets 10 days of sight and then, like, agonizing pain before she goes back to being blind, I can see how that would be really frustrating, because there would no way that you could possibly afford to get a new transplant every 10 days. Or even the maintenance that's necessary to, like, make sure that the area that's regenerating doesn't, like, fully regenerate, because you'd have to do that, like, every 5 days or something. Okay, so she's very frustrated in her situation, which is very understandable. Okay, so I decided not to take the pill. So, let's see what repercussions that has. If I can actually not be lost for 5 seconds. Man, I really love some of the outfits that this game has. For the NPCs. If I cannot be lost for 5 seconds, I will continue on with this quest. Glitchy medication for you to look over.
It's been a while.
You know everything that happened between you and Danshu to Qingfu.
I understand. You say you have suspicions about this pellet she gave you? How about this? Leave this broomdew concentrate pellet with me, and I'll find someone to run a few tests on it.
At the same time, Danshu was the one who, like, started this whole quest, if I'm remembering correctly. And your people have gotten nowhere. So now I'm also, like, I don't know which one I should be suspicious of. So, like, I also don't know if I should give the pellets to you. Or it could be all Danshu's plan to begin with, like, that we give the pellets to you and you do something bad with them. I don't know.
I need to find a trustworthy alchemist, so you'll need to wait here a while. It isn't easy to find trustworthy people like yourself in these perilous times.
Xingzu turns around and leaves. It was a long time before she returns to the seat of divine foresight hurriedly. Was I correct not to eat them?
Were wise enough not to take that pellet. My alchemists were able to extract many forbidden components. The result is identical to the disciples' mysterious prescription.
Also, I just got distracted. The lion looks so cool in the background. She lied to me. We don't know her for like maybe a day.
I had a suspicion that there might be a spy in the Alchemy Commission, but I never expected it to be someone so high up in the organization. I'll put out a wanted notice for Donshu immediately. If you find any trace of her, get in touch with me. Take this D-Ting with you. It might just help you find this friend.
D-Ting. Give me the small pupper. I'm coming. See, this is the problem. Like, if you ever presented me, like, say I was in here and they're like, alright, well, you take your like, Danshu, Danhang, and D-Ting are drowning. You can only save one, and then it's the image of me taking D-Ting and Danshu, like, furious in the background as he drowns. D-Ting.
That Donshu isn't here. Where could she be? I've got it. Donshu's medicine box has her scent on it. I'll ask the D-Ting that Xingzu lent me to track her.
The D-Ting follows Donshu's scent and leads you to the Artisan Commission. Don't tell me we're just getting D-Ting in, like, a box. Give me the actual dog. Give me D-Ting.
Time to come out, little D-Ting. I need you to help me find Donshu.
Okay. I'm good. I swear I'm normal about it. Oh. The noises he makes. D-Ting, 5 seconds. Can I do the Hex the Nexus puzzle? I know we're on the hunt, but like, 5 seconds. Just DTing on the floor. Okay. Back on the hunt. See, the issue though, I was gonna say that potentially because she gave the medicine box to the little girl, that maybe we might just find a little girl, but no, we found her.
That's Donshu. With a group of disciples? I guess that tells me all I need to know.
Master, stand back. Let me handle this.
Stand down. He's a friend.
Many of our brethren have fallen by his hands.
Yes, I am aware.
But
I said he's my friend. Leave us.
yes, Master.
She's saying master. Is that like the entire, like the leader of this entire organization?
I didn't expect you to come looking for me.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, you're the head?
The head? What a crude way of putting it. I am master of the disciples of Sanctus Medicus, scion of merciful Medicus, and I shall lead the entire Xianzhou Alliance onto the path of abundance. Did you ingest the Broomdew concentrate pellet I gave you?
Okay, the question is, do we lie or do we tell her the truth? Because on one hand, I don't know if it gives like immediate side effects. We could get into her good graces if we say we did, unless it has immediate side effects. But then again, if it had immediate, she would know immediately if we took it or not. But I feel like honesty, my honesty is the best policy versus trying to play the long con is conflicting. I did not. I had suspicions.
I admire your vigilance. What a shame. So many elixir seekers arrive on the Xianzhou in the hope of obtaining the formula to immortality. But none have succeeded. Their aspirations are well founded. The Xianzhou does indeed harbor the secret to becoming immortal. I admire you. So, I thought I'd give you the chance to obtain it.
Again, I might already be immortal. We don't know.
The Broomdew concentrate pellet will turn you into a long-life species. You will feel the limitless freedom of the form bestowed upon you by merciful Medicus. By not taking it, you are foregoing its benefits. Such a pity. Though, as your friend, I respect your choice.
What happens if you do take it then? Has anyone taken the pill? Do you know, like, plot-wise what happens if you take it? I might look that up later, because I'm actually really curious, like, what happens if we did take it.
Friend, please. I urge you to leave the Luofu. Abandon this struggle. The truth isn't what it appears to be.
I also agree that there's two sides to a coin in an argument, and so the fact that like both sides hate each other so vindictively that they like change the truth about the other side. So I don't know how much I believe the Luofu's like explanations about the people of abundance. But so far what we've physically seen the people of abundance do does not paint a good impression.
What did the minions at the seat of divine foresight tell you about this conflict? That the Rainbow Arbiter is the emissary of the righteous? That the Arbiter is chasing the heathen plagues author across the stars, while the disciples of Sanctus Medicus abet their heresy? Do you really think that is the case? You don't understand merciful Medicus, nor the devilish archer author, but you understand me. Do you see me as such? A heretic? I do not ask for you to pick a side. I just wish for you to leave the Luofu, to leave this all behind. This isn't your fight, and I do not wish to make an enemy of you.
I mean, I'd be all for it, except for the fact that I have to get the Stellaron. If you let me take the Stellaron with me, I will leave you all to your internal fight. Let her go or battle with her. Alright, so the last time we had a choice like this, it was with the shapeshifter on the Herta space station. And leaving the shapeshifter to do it as it pleased didn't result in anything bad. So I'm curious, like, what will happen here if you let her go versus not, or just battling with her. Because, like she says, we're not a part of this fight. you know? We're only here to take the Stellaron. Now, because they are the ones that planted the Stellaron into the tree, that kind of does put us in a conflict with each other. But I do agree that this isn't our issue, particularly, and the majority, as shown by the people who have turned into these Mara-struck creatures, they still have still have their intelligence, so they're obviously making these decisions on purpose. So far, most of the people we've seen from on the merciful medicus side have all just been people who are like just want to live forever, or in her case want to be like, alright, let's ignore the conflict and just go with like the fact, like, let's just do it with Danshu. She did not fight us immediately because we are friends, right? And even though we didn't eat the pellet, she's okay with that, because that was our decision to do. The question is not which side are we, and she's even just wanting us to leave. Like, she's like, this isn't your conflict, which I agree with her. So the question is, would I let her go? Which is what I did with the shapeshifter on the space station. Would I just let the shapeshifter go? She's also the one in charge, though. It's such a hard decision. Most people would just immediately like, oh, they would just be like, let's battle, but I'm really over here just like, I'm leaning more towards letting her go. Just by her actions and whatnot. And like, she made sure before she left that she got that little girl her last bit of medication. Just discuss. I'm more leaning towards letting her go and then just letting the story play out as needed, and going back to the people and being like, hey, Danshu is the head of Merciful Medicus. I could take all three of them on. Easy peasy. I fight these things all the time on the Lawfu. I'm gonna let her go. I know that's not the, like, normal reaction most people have, but I'm gonna let her go. It's not my fight. I like her.
Since neither of us is eager to engage in combat, let us respectfully part ways. I have been thinking. The devilish archer author is not a benevolent god, nor is Merciful Medicus a malevolent one. Your choice to align with Tingyun was simply due to meeting him first.
And that's so true. That the only reason like we're on Tingyun's side is because he's the one in charge of the boat. I'm sure it's kind of like what happened with Genshin when we get to Inazuma. We're on the side of the not rivals, the rioters, because of the fact that we interact with Kazuha first. Immediately once we get there, we see these people being kind of like oppressed and whatnot, and we're like kind of in the bag with them. But I can see arguments on why we could have been on Raiden's side, because people having access to the outside of the fact that the people with the, you know what, actually that's spoilers, we won't talk about that quest.
Most unfortunate. Had you known me first, perhaps we could have been good friends.
Master, we should leave now.
I sincerely wish that this will be our last meeting.
I'm also of the opinion that probably if we fought Danshu, she probably would have escaped somehow. Like, I don't think the game would let us defeat her here.
Farewell, nameless.
Again, I'm curious what happens.
I'd better report my findings to Tingyun at the seat of divine foresight.
I'm also curious about what happens if you pick the other way. So if anyone picked different choices than me, like if they took the pellet or they fought with her, if they could tell me what happens, that'd be great. Because I picked, I think, the weird choices, technically. Compared to probably the choices most other people would pick.
It's getting late. Where to now?
How did it go? Did you manage to locate Danshu?
Interruptions in report to everything having been at the Artisan Commission.
So you weren't able to apprehend her. I see. These people have been in hiding for so long. They must have a more nefarious plan. I've got to apprehend them quickly. Once again, thank you for all your help. With your intel, we will put a stop to Danshu. Tingyun tells me you'll be joining the forces led by the Alchemy Commission and Master Diviner. I won't take up any more of your time. Please, take good care of yourself. If you run into Danshu again, contact the nearest Cloud Knights. Take this as a token of my appreciation. You deserve it.
Like, oh, yeah. Danshu's story. Can I do done side quest yet? Still can't. Okay, back to the main quest then. And now I've done the 2 side quests that would have gotten cut off had I not done so. So, had I gone forward with the main quest. So, let's get these sorted out.
Master Diviner, you're back.
Oh, it just auto starts the main quest then? Because you've now got the side quest done. She's so pink.
I have kept you waiting, but the deceit of the disciples is laid bare to me now.
Please tell us the whole truth this time.
Apologies. To avoid dissemination of intelligence, the General and I kept the involvement of the disciples to ourselves. It is a clandestine organization that seeks to overthrow the Alliance. Before the Stellaron disaster, the disciples had remained veiled in shadow for years. Their emergence reflects their intricate connection to this calamity.
The conflict is difficult, Master Diviner, but you have led your forces from the front lines and beyond in pursuit of the enemy. Admirable work.
Hardly. A diviner must acquire first-hand knowledge in order to calculate the future. Collecting intelligence in this way assists me in achieving the right answer. Wait, what's all this about a difficult conflict? The disciples of Sanctus Medicus have been scheming for a long time, but our army is in no way inferior. How can things be so difficult?
This is a segue for us joining the fray.
Sharp as always.
I knew we'd spent too long around the Master Diviner. Now we're predicting the future. Let me guess.
What are we up to this time? Could it be heading to the front lines? Leading the Cloud Knight charge?
I feel like they're insulted.
Well, try this on for size. Nope! I can't stand any more of this fighting. So there. Who said you'd be heading to the battlefield?
Everyone looking at March.
We're not? Jingyuan's orders. He said that the value of unexpected guests lies in the unexpected. The Cloud Knight's assault was to demonstrate our power to the enemy head-on. Now it is time for the unexpected. Please, come with me. After receiving the Ambrosial Arbor, the Alchemy Commission was once the Luofu's most vital commission. After all, it was they who changed the Xianzhou natives into long-life species. But in the end, the alchemists grew discontented and began to obsess over the manipulation of life. Research into the Arbor poisoned their minds. The more they pursued it.
Man.
Morning bells chime in a dream. Evening mist gathers around me. Do you see that?
Too fast for the dialogue, apparently.
What huge elixir crucibles. There's still smoke coming out of them.
This is where the alchemists practiced the way of immortality in ancient times. They erected elixir crucibles here to absorb the power of the Arbor, turning fantasy into reality. Since the smoke from the crucibles never ceases, this place was named Eve Mist Mansion. An elegant name, but as far as the art of war is concerned, it's a death trap. As long as the crucibles are lit and the smoke continues to linger, we cannot get any closer.
This is why the Cloud Knights lost control and became Mara-struck?
Indeed. The disciples of Sanctus Medicus infuse the smoke that permeates this delve with medicinal pellets that elicit Mara. Unless the Cloud Knights were able to march with their breath held, they would be doomed to fall into disarray. Moreover, no one could know whether their comrade was about to be stricken with Mara. Is there anything better than fear for destroying the morale of an army?
The Cloud Knights' first assault was just a cover. You're using the main army to attract the enemy's attention, while we douse the elixir crucibles and stop the smoke.
The disciples of Sanctus Medicus renounced their century of secrecy and chose to reveal themselves, meaning they feel confident of victory. But no matter how well prepared they may be, their focus has always been the Cloud Knights. They are completely unaware of your existence and capacity, and in short, cannot be prepared against you.
Yeah, why not the other long-life species?
You misunderstand the nature of the Mara-struck condition. It is not a curse unique to humankind. Foxians don't usually succumb to it because their lifespan is not eternal. Yet they are still a long-life species. The Vidyadhara rely on molting to discard the old world. All long-life species are equal in the face of Mara. However, the disciples of Sanctus Medicus could never have guessed that the General would seek outside help. They won't be prepared against short-life species.
Is this what General Jingyuan meant by unexpected guests?
Yeah, but like, do we know for sure that Mara does not affect short-span species before we just jump into the elixir face first?
I wouldn't hazard a guess. All I can say is that the predictions of the Stellaron hunters were more accurate than mine. The future that Kafka seeks is becoming reality. One step at a time.
Which makes us really curious about who Elio is. Yeah. Do you want to fight against the Stellaron hunters or follow their path? So far, anything Elio has done has not been to my, not been against my benefit. And according here, he's just trying to make it so that the Divine Archer will give me the blessing of the hunt. So I'm for it. And it so far seems to be working out in the Shinjo's benefit as well, so I'm good with it.
Rather, only this way leads to the known best result. If we can afford to choose, then none would choose to leap off a cliff. Besides, this is not my decision alone. The duty of the Master Diviner is to bring luck and avoid misfortune. I don't want my choice to plunge the Luofu into a terrible future. To return to the matter at hand, only you can douse the elixir crucibles without being harmed by them. What say you?
Again, we don't know technically if I am a short-lived species either, but alright.
Fine. I didn't hear a please, but seeing as we do kinda have superpowers around here, Mr. Yang, what do you think?
And we don't know if you are a short-lived species either. Like, you were stuck in ice in space. Mr. Yang is literally the only person here that's confirmed short-lived species. Dan Heng wouldn't be able to participate even if he was here.
I will come at once when the smoke dissipates. You won't be left to fend for yourselves.
Bumped into my armrest. Okay, now can we do Dan Heng's side quest? I did not mean to click that. I mean, I clicked that, but that's not where I meant to go. Can we do it yet? Still no. Okay. I'm gonna check, like, every single time we get done with something, because I don't want to miss it.
Even though long-life species get to live forever, they aren't so different from us short-life species when it comes to worries and suffering.
Again, Arch, we can't confirm what kind of entity you are. How do you know if you're a short-lived species or not?
Wait, Miss Tingyun! Why are you still here? You're too close to the crucible!
Thank you for the concern, but I'm fine. The General commanded me to stay with you. I dare not go against military orders.
Your life is more
Very
important,
suspicious.
Miss Tingyun. Go back. We can explain to the General.
There's really no need. I've spent my years traveling the universe. Not to mention, I'm younger and stronger than I look. Even you benefactors have probably lived longer than me.
All this time, she has been desperately trying to avoid doing work, but the one time we're like, hey, your life might be in danger, don't come with us. And yet she's gung-ho about doing her job now? Absolutely not. Very suspicious. Well, that wasn't a chair. That's cool.
Seems like the smoke is getting thinner.
Not thin enough. We need to hurry.
Oh, it's not a chair, it's just like his like back branches.
Here, this thunder! Show no mercy. Rules are made to be broken.
I should go for 3 hours today. So we're actually getting close to like an hour and a half now. So like, in trying to actually get done with the main quest before the event ends, maybe I should go for a little longer today.
Here, this thunder! A will forged in ice never falters! Conflict is pitiless! Rules are made to be broken!
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
Okay, so this one's already Yeah, we're not supposed to do that.
Turn it off! Why did you turn it on?
Just wanted to see what would happen if I investigated it, honestly. I didn't think it would actually turn back on, to be honest.
Is that all? Here, this thunder! Show no mercy. The dead return!
That's pretty good for us.
A will forged in ice. Never
falters. Got him. We can turn around and get that life ball that we ignored. That one wasn't activated, considering that they have control of the rest of this area. There's a benefit to making sure I kill all of the monsters in this area, but we'll do so anyway.
Made to be broken.
My Mara. Mara struck when they didn't mean to, don't retain their intelligence. But if you specifically, like, became Mara struck on purpose, you retain your intelligence. That's the only difference I can figure out from between. Oh, all the mist disappeared rapidly. From Danshu.
So you succeeded in dousing the elixir cauldrons.
I guess this is why you had to like do those quests before you did this bit, because this is where it like cut you off right before this, is so that you would know who this is. It's really cool though.
The inevitable is already upon us.
She's right here. I imagine even if you fought her, you would not, like, it wouldn't do anything, because I don't imagine they wouldn't have her in this fight.
Danshu. It's you.
I have met you before in my capacity as Chief Alchemist, Master Diviner. You don't seem surprised.
Indeed. The General and I knew that the disciples of Sanctus Medicus must be hiding in the Alchemy Commission. However, without evidence, we couldn't bring charges before the commissions. We had to wait for you to show yourselves. And now, your charges are many. Drawing Stellaron spirits into the Xianzhou, resurrecting the Ambrosial Arbor, striking down our people with Mara. The Ten Lords Commission will address these transgressions during your reckoning.
Crimes? If I am guilty, then all of our Xianzhou ancestors are also guilty. They were the ones who accepted the blessings of the abundance and turned their descendants into long-life species. The disciples of Sanctus Medicus are only walking on the road our ancestors once took. How is it a crime to seek ascendance? In days of old, the roots of the Ambrosial Arbor enveloped the Xianzhou Lafu like a living creature. We controlled the stellar seas, and none could stand in our way. Everyone could become celestial and shift form at will. Divine miracles descended onto all 9 Xianzhou ships. What a glorious time that was. How far the Xianzhou has fallen. We consent to be commanded by the devilish archer. Suffer continuously at the hands of the denizens of abundance. And the Ten Lords Commission even forces us to give up our immortality. How pitiful. I do not blame you for your ignorance. We were not born in the era when the Ambrosial Arbor first descended, nor did we witness its miracles. But we now have an opportunity to restore the ancient laws.
Forgive me for thinking you might have harbored some profound enlightenment. Yours is the same old talk of those who seek power and give up on their humanity. Our Xianzhou ancestors fought side by side with the Arbiter, laid waste to the Arbor, and established the Ten Lords Commission to lay down the lines between life and death. In doing so, we enshrined our future as human beings. Celestials? There are no Celestials on the Xianzhou. The divine miracles of the abundance, the manipulation of life and death. Your deeds are nothing but evil.
I have nothing to say to you, Master Diviner. You have already made your decision. You have discarded power. A most foolish choice.
I'm assuming we're not going to be able to auto-do this one.
Allow me to show you what the Celestials capable of.
Show no mercy.
Let's see.
This is our chance. This ends here. In the name of Landa, a will forged in ice never falters. Here, this thunder. Let's go.
We should save our ults for the next round.
Merciful Medicus, hear my
Major, rules are made to be broken.
There's no time to lose.
Conflict is pitiless. Let's make it quick. Hope you're prepared.
immortality.
Follow my charge. You chose the wrong enemy.
See, let's heal
Receive
Jingyun.
divinity. 1,000 thanks. Repay.
Let's go. This ends here.
A foregone conclusion. I'll see you off.
Let's make it quick.
Just
at all.
to my heart's content.
Hope you're prepared. In the name of Landau, a will forged in ice never falters.
You chose the...
Rules are made to be broken. This ends here.
Eternal sleep. The dead return! There's no time to lose. I'll see you off. Bloom.
You have my gratitude.
Repay.
Oh, can I not heal anyone now? Is that what her ability does?
Why? She said...
I wonder who she is. That means there's someone behind her who's the one in charge of the...
Ambrosial Arbor's descent will bring us undying bodies. The one who gave us the Stellaron said that.
Is it she? I wonder if that's Kafka.
Pantilia, the disciples of Sanctus Medicus have fulfilled our promise. You, Lord Ravager, must do the same. Now, quickly.
Little pawn. Must you force me to intervene directly? I'm loath to flout my philosophy of destruction.
I feel very pleased on the fact that I am correct. I am right. I foresaw better than the Master Diviner could even do so. Also, it just means that the Hoyoverse has done good writing, that they like put in enough hints that you can be suspicious in the first place, but I still feel pleased.
Never mind. It would seem the time has come for other means of dismantling the Xianzhou from within. What a shame. It would have been nice to observe for a little longer. You received the gift of abundance.
Surely you can withstand the blessing of destruction.
Miss Tingyun!
Benefactors, allow me to reintroduce myself.
That was creepy. That was really creepy, but that was also really, really cool.
Purpose: to set in motion the self-destruction of the Xianzhou.
Miss Tingyun, is the Lord Ravager of the Antimatter Legion? But how can that be?
Maybe she was possessed.
Keep calm, all of you. This is a formidable enemy. We have to stay together.
Maybe she was possessed. That's the best guess. It was like that she like the thing came out of her body, and like the way she was talking, it makes it kind of sound like she's maybe possessed.
Done. Show no mercy. Conflict is pitiless. Let's settle this.
Affected by his ability, so we will just.
Is that it?
I'm possession for 800, Alex.
Follow my charge. Here, get thunder. I'll see you off.
She said for the blessing of destruction, which is the Antimatter Legion that follows Nanook. So it looks like that she was just using the person that's part of the under Nanook was just using the Sanctus Medicus disciples who follow the Abundance to try and take over the Xianzhou.
There's no time to lose. You chose the wrong enemy.
Get everybody's
Eternal sleep. The dead return.
everyone's abilities to reset. But that was a cool cutscene. That was a really cool cutscene, though.
You are fortunate that Zephyro and Selenova never set their gaze upon the Xianzhou. They have no
those people are.
about dealing out destruction by their own hand.
We don't know who that is, or
General has forced me to take center stage. I'll make sure I steal the show.
she sounds so cool.
My apologies for leaving so soon. I have an appointment. I'm sure my friends here will be happy to entertain.
Follow my charge. Conflict is pitiless. You chose the wrong enemy.
This is about to be a sucky hit.
Bloom, you have my gratitude.
Okay, not as bad as I thought that was gonna be.
In the name of Land, a will forged in ice never falters.
From the noises we're hearing, I'm willing to bet that she's the lady that you see in like the event thing. The
Time for the masked radiant spirit. Heed my
word. That goes every time you click on it. That's what that voice actor sounds like.
Nothing major. Eternal sleep is not the dead will return.
That sounds like a threat, honestly.
That which is seized must be repaid.
It always turn off. Why did my speed thing turn off?
Hope you're prepared. Rules are made to be broken.
The way they just have them like snap like that. Terrifying.
A foregone conclusion.
I'll see you
cool,
off.
Let's go. Spoiled for that scene. I think I've like seen the beginning of that scene on TikTok a few times, but so glad I saw that for the first time on here.
Wait, hold on a second. Are you really saying that Miss Tingyun was a member of the Antimatter Legion all along?
That's what I've been saying.
And what was that fire that came out of her? And her body? Where did it go? Mr. Yang, you're smart. What happened just now?
Possession.
The flame we witnessed claimed to be Lord Ravager Fantilia, a name I've heard other Nameless speak of in the past. She's one of 7 Lord Ravagers who serve Nanook, and finds pleasure in witnessing the self-destruction of mortals. She's led countless souls down a dark and hopeless path.
Meaning that Tingyun had long since fallen under the Lord Ravager's influence?
Possession. I feel like
I don't
Homeverse.
believe so. Fantilia revels in watching a corrupted mind eating away its host from inside out, until the obliteration of both is achieved.
I don't feel like Homeverse is like willing enough to just murder one of their like playable characters that easily. Like they don't have the guts. That's why Signora in Genshin was such a surprise because of how like well she's drawn, but most people are guessing she's gonna come back because her whole thing was like rebirth. So.
But there was no indication that Tingyun had been misguided or manipulated. It's possible that the Tingyun we knew wasn't her true self, but an image Fantilia devised to serve her own purposes.
Doppelganger. Strategy here, I see.
You're saying that the real Tingyun is still...
I'm sorry, March. I can't say with any certainty where the real Tingyun may be, or at what point she was replaced by the imposter. Without knowing where the body vanished to, it'll be tough to get an answer. At this point, it's all just conjecture and hope. But if that body belonged to the real Tingyun, it does raise the question of why Fantilia would go to such lengths to destroy any evidence of her. Wouldn't it be more in line with her destructive nature to leave Tingyun's remains behind as a display of power? I believe this to be Fantilia's goal, to sow seeds of doubt among us and ensnare us in a malevolent trap.
I forgot how short the Master Diviner is.
It's clear that the sudden resurgence of the disciples of Sanctus Medicus is all connected to the Lord Ravager. Pretending to be a Xianzhou citizen, planting a Stellaron in the Luofu, all part of her plan to bring about our self-destruction. Fantilia is aiming for the Ambrosial Arbor. If she succeeds, the Luofu will be deprived of its roots, making its destruction all too easy. We must stop her.
Yeah, no, oh shoot, I actually forgot what the actual term was, where you're just like kind of watching the stream but not interacting with it. It's not ghosting, that's an entirely different thing. Lurking? Oh, lurking's, there's the word I'm looking for. Lurking's perfectly fine. You must be very tired. But yeah, don't worry, I'm very wrapped up in what's happening in this storyline. Oh my gosh, that scene with Tingyun just there was so cool. I wish, though, that Hoyoverse had the guts to actually kill her instead of just making it a fake out. Or to actually make her evil instead of it being like, oh, she was possessed.
The ambrosial arbor can be sealed from that delve. Let's make haste.
I wish they had the guts to either just make Tingyun straight up a betrayer or to like actually kill her instead of... Still can't do that one. Instead of it just being like a doppelganger situation. That would be cool.
That imposter had the audacity to carry out her nefarious plans right under our noses. How utterly despicable.
I mean, Jingyuan must have known to some degree because he kept making sure that we were always with Tingyun constantly, so I still feel like this is within the realm of Jingyuan's plans.
What worries me more is just how many more antimatter saboteurs are at large.
It all happened so suddenly. But looking back, I think Mr. Yang was right. Tingyun was behaving strangely. She was fascinated with the Abundance's creations.
Since she was an Amicastor dispatched by the Skyfaring Commission, it's evident that there must indeed be a person with her name in the commission. We'll have to let the Cloud Knights get to the bottom of what happened to the real Tingyun. As for the Tingyun who accompanied us all that way, it's like what Mr. Yang said. Her appearance was designed to sow seeds of doubt among us. We cannot allow ourselves to fall into her trap. It is a delve governed by the Vidyadhara, supposedly an ancient oceanic region transferred from the Vidyadhara home planet. After the ambrosial arbor was broken in two during the war, its roots were left gnarled and broken. Yet it never died. The Alliance decided to seal the arbor within Scale Gorge Waterscape, entrust it to the High Elders of the Vidyadhara, and rely on the power of long scions to constrain it. It has been so long. No one knows whether the seal remains. Even if it does, I doubt it will hinder that spectral Lord Ravager. I've reported the current situation to the Seat of Divine Foresight. He made no further contact after we communicated at the Matrix of Prescience. He said he had important matters to personally attend to. The situation stands on the edge of a precipice. We must trust in the General.
Okay. Give me like 5 seconds.
Things will change if we tarry too long.
The game's like, get a move on. Alright, I just wanted to check one thing. Alright, where's... I have Tingyun. Okay, I wanted to check if her eyes were still green in like the character design. Because... Where is she? I'm guessing that this is the lady that we were just talking to, the Lord Ravager, because this voice. That laugh right there sounds very much like the voice actor we were just listening to. I wanted to make sure that the imposter didn't have, like, similar eyes. But no, her eyes are very different. Oh my gosh, she's such a cool design, and her voice is amazing. Gush, gush, voice acting, gush.
What worries me more.
Okay, let's go. But yeah, I'm excited to see if I'm right about this being kind of according to Jingyuan's plan, but yeah.
This is...
The alchemy? I don't know. The delve?
Huh? You're pretty familiar with this place. Yep, it's the Alchemy Commission. No wonder we were getting those military broadcasts on the way over. Something about the Cloud Knights gathering here, right? They're probably coming to fix the Stellaron problem. It's been such a long journey, but now we're finally gonna meet some Cloud Knights. I'll be back with my unit.
Question of why not in the Cloud Knight uniform. I know you came from like another ship or whatever and you were transferred here on like a rotation, but like everyone's wearing the same uniform except for you. Do you mean like your ship, that's the uniform?
I didn't lie to you, right? I told you I'd bring you somewhere safe, and I did. Though, we did take a bit of a detour.
Before I arrived in Starskiff Haven, I had a diviner read my fortune for the journey ahead. He told me not to be concerned with the destination, but to seize my chances and travel with the current to reap the greatest harvest.
Sounds like general stuff that most people who do divinations do so that it can be applied to any situation. 'Tis not the destination that is important, but the journey along the way.
Meaning?
Meaning, thank you, Miss Sushang.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna go report to the nearest captain. You guys can hang around here, but don't run off too far. There'll be Cloud Knights coming to escort you back soon. Bye for now.
Finally leaving Sushang. The Cloud Knights invite us to go with your homeland. It's got some really big crucibles. Why are you near the elixir furnace? Message failed to send.
The messages never get sent. I wonder what's happening with those three. The Cloud Knights seem to be gathering for the Stellaron disaster. But why did Kafka want us to come here? What happened to them? And what happened to Blade?
Why our character is not sending almost like a step-by-step biography to Don Heng, considering we now know he's on the planet, or, well, actually Don Heng says he wasn't be able to send his messages, but, like, why are we not being like, this is happening, and this is happening? Like, I would just be keeping him informed, even if he was still on the train, so that in the case that we needed rescuing, the people on the train would know where we are.
I've delayed for too long. I need more information.
Okay, so I guess it just auto took us to the side quest. Like, oh, you got done with the main quest, so now you're on the side quest. Or something.
What's up? Go where? The Luofu is under lockdown. The Cloud Knights operation isn't over yet. Relax. When the fight is over, I'll personally escort you and Mr. Locha home.
You haven't been back home for a long time, have you, Master Dan Heng?
Why? Your mom was on the Asheville Express with the rest of us. This place and home, very different things.
As home draws nearer, so our feelings grow stronger. I can see it in your eyes. Do you want to leave? Then do it now. The Cloud Knights will soon check our identities. I have somewhere else to be. I've tarried here too long.
Locha, you're making yourself sound very suspicious.
Where are you going?
I'm a traveling merchant. I have one more deal to see through.
You sound so suspicious, my guy. Are you like a black market merchant? Alright, so it says talk to people to understand what's going on. So let's see who we can talk to.
I heard the Starskiff connections are being reinstated. The people stranded at the Alchemy Commission should all be able to leave soon.
Okay, can't talk to her. Can't talk to them. Can't talk to the Cloud Knight.
The Master was defeated? No, no, that cannot be!
Is the truth, 'tis the truth. Alright, we talked to her. So apparently the Alchemy Commission's getting reinstated soon. I imagine they won't let me go in that area. Can we find the Cloud
Good
Knight?
news from the front lines.
The disciples over at Eve Mist Mansion have been defeated.
Okay. Did we find that Cloud Knight we saved? That's what I want to know. Because they said that they would come here, I think.
Those travelers defeated the disciples of Sanctus Medicus. Won't that make us seem incompetent?
No, when Tingyun lists out what happened, he will say that it was on purpose that he used us. No, it's fine.
I need to find a way to make this report sound more impressive.
The disciples of Sanctus Medicus started a rebellion in the Alchemy Commission. The Cloud Knights have the area locked down. It's not safe. Please, remain here for now. We will send someone to escort you back once the operation is over. Lunatics, all of them. You saw the Ambrosial Arbor, I assume? I heard that's the work of those sorcerers. Still, I can't say too much. Military secrecy.
The Arbor's resurrection is connected to the Disciples' Rebellion. I've heard those names before, but when? How did the others get drawn into all this?
You know, where travelers go, so does chaos. Dan Heng briefly describes the captain, the appearance of March 7th, and the crew.
You must be talking about the General's guests. Are they your friends? Oh, what a coincidence. They left with the Master Diviner not long ago. And it's all thanks to their courageous work that the Knights don't have to worry about the poison in Eve Mist Mansion. I received the good news from the front lines. They'll probably be back soon.
They're going further away.
Strange. You seem oddly familiar to me. Never mind. Too many misfortunes recently. I can hardly think straight.
I know it's not Dan Heng's fault. But it's not in a, like, he's a criminal kind of way, because that would be annoying to fight. We'd break him out, of course, but still annoying.
The Master must have failed to summon the protection of Sanctus Medicus. Her will must have wavered. Just you wait. I'll show you the blessing of Sanctus Medicus.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you're gonna be executed, to be honest.
Thanks to those heroes, I managed to pull through. Could those guests of the General be the Galaxy Rangers of old?
This is the Cloud Knight we saved. Cool. Okay, we talked to everyone.
I'm sorry, I have to catch up to my friends. Thank you for looking out for me on this journey. Both of you.
You must be talking about Sushong and Locha. Yan, oh my gosh, I forget his name every single time. Yanqing? I'm assuming we're trying to not get caught by people, so we'll just ignore that. Oh, we're walking now. We can hear something in the background.
What a huge cauldron.
This aureate cauldron is driven by the cloud hymn magic of our people, the Vidyadhara. It drinks the water of the ancient sea like a whale swallows the tide and refines it into medicinal pellets.
It's not good. You okay, buddy? At least he's catching up with us. We either are just about to leave or we just left, so hopefully he should be able to catch us. Considering that we just sent the text to him about the cauldrons, and considering we had to stop to fight and everything, hopefully we haven't left yet and we can reconvene with them.
All the elixir crucibles that the Vidyadhara helped to construct contain cloud hymn magic. You should take this chance to learn more, young master.
Okay, echoes of the past.
But I don't need any sort of device to help me command water. What more is there to learn?
You are indeed the chosen one, with endless potential. Yet, cloud hymn magic is just the beginning.
Of Vidyadhara Mirage ago? Have these shadows of the past yet to disperse?
Background of March 7th at Donhung. It's really funny because the Astral Express almost seems like a bunch of main characters just clumped together. Because here we have, I'm assuming Donhug's the child, right? And he's like, you are the chosen one, or whatever. His dark past is coming back to haunt him. Main character energy, right? Our character, maybe the reincarnation of a god, that the evil organization brought back to life. Main character energy. March 7th, complete amnesiac, does not remember her past, was frozen in ice, drifting through space. Main character energy. They just talked the main character trio into a train together and were like, go solve problems.
These memories... No. They have nothing to do with me anymore.
All the elixir crucibles that the Vidyadhara...
We already listened to that. Okay. See if we can catch up with the crew. Alright.
They say that you're Lung's power incarnate. Is that true?
Long. I was exiled from the Xianzhou. I'm no longer one of the Scions of Permanence.
Okay, exiled, which means he might get in trouble for being here. We'll get you out of prison, don't worry.
I doubt I will be here to see you take charge. No need to feel aggrieved. Vidyadhara go through cycles of life and death, existing forever in this world. By the time you are the High Elder, my hatching rebirth will be complete, and I will be a child once again. Please, take care of me.
Be such an odd dynamic if you just get, like, you go back and forth between, like, the rebirth cycle. But if you remember your past memories, which I don't know if they do, but if they remember their past memories, like, it would be so weird if, like, your grandfather gets reincarnated and then you find out that, like, your grandchild is actually your grandfather, but if they retain their memories, like, that'd be odd. Okay, I don't see them.
It's you. You've returned, High Elder.
Why don't you have the ears, though? But they also stated that, like, people could shapeshift to choose whatever, like, truly immortal people could shapeshift to choose the appearance they wanted. So I'm curious if that's what Dunhung did.
Something terrible is happening in Scale Gorge Waterscape. Please, don't go any further. Your enemies are waiting for you.
I'm sorry. I cannot linger here. My friends have left. I must find them.
You didn't heed us then, and won't heed us now. As headstrong as you always were, it seems you already made your decision. There is a vessel bound for Scale Gorge Waterscape, located ahead.
Fancy cutscene. That is honestly not how I expected people to ride in those boats. That does look a little funny.
He's here.
Right on time.
That feeling, Kafka. It's welling up within me. That feeling... It's...
Well, don't resist. Let the Mara strike you.
You're here.
It's time to pay the price! It's time!
for this to be their first interaction with each other when we have no further information, but okay.
You think changing form will help you escape? Escape.
Okay, so he has shapeshifted.
I've told you and that woman many times. I am Dan Heng. I've nothing to do with your past.
Dan Heng. You think another name and face can blot out the sin of your past? You didn't even experience death.
Okay, so I can guess, since they are reborn constantly, that maybe in Dan Heng's previous life, he did something against Blade, and so Blade's taking it out on his current reincarnation.
I will force this suffering upon you, Dan Heng. You will know the pain of death.
Okay, but like, even if you kill his current form, isn't the entire concept that he will just be reborn later? Like, is that not the entire principle?
Not on my watch.
Oh, Yanqing.
You're not murdering anyone today, fugitive. You're coming with me.
Tingyun's lapdog. Did the general not teach you to choose your battles wisely?
Hey, move back. Things are about to... Huh? You look so familiar.
Look out!
Quit hiding. Your true self revealed.
Stop! You...
That looks like that would hurt.
I have news for you, boy. Behind you is none other than the traitor of the Xianzhou. A criminal forever banished. The High Elder of the Vidyadhara. Imbibitor Lunae.
One.
You really thought the Stellaron hunters were the only ones to infiltrate the Xianzhou?
In that case, I'll bring both of you to justice.
I do not think you have the chops to fight both Blade and Dan Heng.
I've heard of you, Imbibitor Lunae. First it was the Stellaron hunters, now an exiled criminal has infiltrated the Xianzhou. Come get me.
I have no interest in stoking conflict. I came to ensure the safety of my friends.
Save your excuses for the shackling prison.
Out of the way! Do not be afraid.
We have to do a prison break, aren't we? To make sure we get Dan Heng back to the Astral Express. Alright, let's see what you did.
Better, but I'm afraid you won't be seeing your friends. They're caught in their own bitter struggle.
Silence! You're not getting away either!
Is that so? Let's heat things up then. Kafka.
Lady, listen to me. Unleash the Mara.
So it begins.
He's March.
Fail to send you.
Surrender!
I don't think you can win again. the elder of the Vidyadhara, apparently. And apparently someone who's Mara struck but still conscious.
Afraid to hurt the boy.
You're all in on it.
I wonder if the others are okay. Gotta make this quick.
Don't feel my blade. Fail to send you.
You two just won't give up. I only have one choice.
The disciple of the person who... Oh, you're doing pretty good damage.
So familiar. Did she teach you? Then you deserve no mercy.
Can't delay any longer. I didn't wish to harm anyone. But there's no other way. Forgive me.
I failed. This isn't over.
All of you listen to me. Stop. Well, Blady,
He just did something.
Are you satisfied?
What did you do?
I'm just clearing the stage for the grand entrance. Can't have you three misbehaving in front of the Lafu's hotshot general.
Guess this is what Tingyun was doing while we were busy.
Tingyun.
General!
Many years have passed since the two of you departed the Xianzhou, and yet the circumstances of your return appear to be equally unhappy. If you still thought of me as a friend, you should have forewarned me.
My task is complete.
That it is. Thank you for assisting the Xianzhou in this small matter. Take this person away. I will pretend I didn't see anything this time.
General,
Now is not the time.
The fact that apparently Blade is struck with Mara.
It's been a long time, old friend.
I'm not him.
I'm sorry. You cannot leave yet. Your Astral Express friends are waiting for you in Scale Gorge Waterscape. Shall we go and see them together?
I feel like this is still a trap for Dan Heng in some capacity. Tingyun seems too calm about the fact that his old friends are both here.
Depths, a realm of singular beauty. Scale Gorge Waterscape is the same as when I last laid eyes on it. And here we stand so different from one another. The flesh of long-life species may be immortal, but the constant of heaven and earth eludes them.
You know the Vidyadhara hatching rebirth cycle, General. The waters of the ancient sea have cleansed Danfeng of his past sin. The person that once stood here alongside you is no more.
So yeah, so it was a different, like, one of his past lives that did this versus his current one.
I am Dan Heng. Whether Danfeng was hero or villain has nothing to do with me. I bore his punishment, accepted my eternal banishment without complaint. Do not let his shadow cloud your estimation of me, General.
Raising old nets only darkens the water. An exercise in unhappiness. Perhaps it is your visage, the horns on your head, or the unmistakable air of the High Elder that makes the separation nigh impossible for me.
I already told you.
You did. But to what effect? If words alone were enough to change the heart, this world would be without quarrel. If you wish to rid me of the illusion of Don Feng, you must do something for me.
This is your issue, not mine. I don't have to do shit. I hate people who are like that. It's like, oh, well, if you want to prove that you're not a bad person, you need to do this X and Y so that you can prove you're not a bad person. To me specifically, it doesn't matter what you do in your everyday life or what your actions have done. It doesn't matter to me. As long as you have not personally done something for me, then I do not care. I'm still going to see you as a bad person. Like, I hate that mentality.
Before I can let Don Feng die and revoke your banishment edict, I need him to do me one final favor. I can guarantee you that when it is done, you will no longer walk in anyone's shadow aboard the Luofu.
Again, see the laws. Show the laws of the Luofu that show that the people of the Vidyadhara race have to retain the, like, issues of their past lives. Like, is that the rule? That, like, if your past life was a criminal, that all your reincarnations in the future have to abide by the rules of, like, what happened, or, like, fill out the sentence of your past reincarnation? I want to see the laws, sir.
I may not be capable of the things that Don Feng was capable of.
You must do it, or my promise will count for naught. If you wish to blame someone, blame your previous incarnation. Had he not committed that terrible sin, had the power of dragon transmutation been passed on intact, I would have no need to compel you. It is as I said. Here we stand so different from one another. Don Feng is no more. Now, there is only Don Heng. But I am the general of the Luofu. There are things that I wish I did not have to do, and yet I must. Let us talk of happier tidings. The friends you made on the Express are here. Do you wish to see them?
That sounds vaguely threatening.
You brought them here?
Yes. They are waiting in the Dragon Vista Rain Hall. Go. Your friends are waiting for you.
Again, that sounds vaguely like I said, this all felt like a trap for Don Heng the entire time we were here. That, like, he specifically led the friends further into this area to convince Don Heng that he had to participate, otherwise they will be threatened in a way by what's going on. Like I said, I felt like this entire thing was a trap set up to get Don Heng onto the boat. Oh, why didn't you just stay off the boat?
I have been keeping careful watch against the abominations of abundance, the Stellaron hunters, and the disciples of Sanctus Medicus. But I never anticipated the Antimatter Legion.
Okay, so maybe Tingyun wasn't aware of everything that was going on.
The hunt is far from over, yet all the while we find ourselves at war with other evil spirits. From this battle onward, the Alliance must fight the Legion to our dying breath, even if it means the end of the Luofu.
Okay.
Our intelligence tells us that the Legion are a mad and destructive war machine. Yet they never took up arms against the Alliance. The armies of the Seven Ravagers all have their own means of destruction. They are not to be taken lightly. Lord Ravager Fantalia favors internal collapse, which is why she masterminded the Stellaron crisis and urged the disciples of Sanctus Medicus out of the shadows. Now that her plot has been laid bare, she has no choice but to retreat. And yet that hardly suits her philosophy of destruction. There must be something more.
Alright, we're gonna take a pit stop for a lore break.
Her hatching rebirth is complete. She left me all alone. Still, I wait for the day of my rebirth. Endless waiting. As recorded in the ancient texts, this body of water was brought by my people from our homeworld. It formed part of the roiling deep. It is as pure here as it was there. Our dragon ancestors nurtured us with the water of life, and bestowed us with the permanence of the Vidyadhara.
Do you know something? When Don Fong committed his great crime, the Ten Lords Commission advocated strongly for him to be destroyed. The Vidyadhara, on the other hand, were split evenly in their favor and disfavor of the motion. The dragon transmutation inheritance was not intact after all. The senior Vidyadhara hated you, yet did not dare to kill you. The Vidyadhara were under great pressure. In order to placate the Ten Lords and Skyfaring Commissions, they performed an exuviation charm on Don Fong against his will. Still, they ensured that the charm contained a flaw, thinking that this would fool the Ten Lords Commission. The senior Vidyadhara were sure of their scheme. But you cannot hide fire with paper.
It's this oh so great crime you all keep talking about.
Waters of the ancient sea, cleanse me. Waters of the ancient sea, protect me. This world's good karma is settled. This life's misfortune is erased.
It's over here. Another monologue to listen to. Oh, there we are. Okay, we'll get there in a second, guys. I just gotta make sure I've seen all the mirages. Alright, looks like I have. I cannot climb in any capacity at all.
Look, your friends are taking the fight to the Legion as we speak.
Yes, and we would have been able to successfully defeat them too. Don Heng, please go back to the train before we have to break you out of prison.
We need to help them. Let's go.
Oh, that's an interesting team setup. Alright, so E.
Celestial Dragon.
So you can do like 3 ultimates in one. That's cool.
Follow my charge.
Here, there's thunder!
The strength. Heaven surge. Rise!
This is our chance.
There's no time to lose. Conflict is pitiless.
Told you I could fight.
The times are changed.
Let's go.
Show no mercy.
Heaven's Surge.
Break. Not do like
Let's make it quick.
The 3 ults.
Here, this thunder.
Tough luck running into me. You're annoying.
I sense a storm. Heaven's Surge. Rise!
This is our chance.
My turn. Here.
Heaven's Surge. Break!
Let's go.
Follow my charge.
And it doesn't actually affect the story. It would be really funny if to like let Tingyun die in this battle, and then like since no one seemed to, all Heng has to do is go back into his like human form, and then we just make our escape from the food. No one would be the wiser. But we can take him. But I'm sure the story wouldn't actually allow us to do that. Too convenient.
Tingyun, where have you been?
Forgive my late arrival, Lady Fu. We are indebted to you and your forces. The Seat of Divine Foresight relayed the battle reports to me. As for Fantilia's plan...
The Ambrosial Arbor. That's her focus. Lord Ravager Fantilia's strategy was to create civil strife, then let it consume the Xianzhou from within. She wanted to use the Arbor to disseminate the power of the Plague's Author, and turn the Luofu into a hell of undying abominations.
That is clear to me now. Friends of the Astral Express, I have brought someone with me whom I think you'll be eager to see.
Is that... Dan Heng?
Immediately snatch him and guard him. Tingyun is...
Dan Heng, right? What's with the horns?
Immediately, we need to guard him.
It's a long story, March. It's me.
So, you do have secret strength.
Let us save such reminiscence for later, shall we? My astral guests. When you first appeared on the Luofu, your stated aim was the resolution of the Stellaron crisis. I was concerned that the Stellaron hunters harbored ulterior motives and refused your offer. I see now that I was overly anxious.
Don't be taken in by his silver tongue. He's threatening Dan Heng. We need to snatch him and leave.
Nevertheless, it is true that the motives of the Stellaron hunters were not what they appeared. In order that the Express and the Xianzhou fight side by side, Kafka lured you here and broadened the scope of the crisis. In doing so, she succeeded in making it clear that your sincerity is beyond doubt. The Luofu is in your debt, and I have no right to seek further assistance from you.
Wait, we snatched Dan Heng and we go back to the Express post-haste. Quickly.
However, as Lady Fu has explained, the appearance of Fantilia means that the situation is far from under our control. As General of the Luofu, it would be foolish of me not to ask Dan Heng and the rest of you for your strength at this critical moment.
fighting Don Heng with his previous life as Don Feng to get him to atone for it, being like, oh, because of Don, like the entire walk here, he's been like, oh well, because Don Feng committed this terrible crime, these bad things happen. Like the entire walk here was gaslighting to convince Don Heng to take ownership of Don Feng's actions and like make ramifications for them. No, we need to take my husband and run for it.
Even if the crisis on the Luofu had nothing to do with the Stellaron, I would be willing to help. But I can't speak for the other members of my crew. Explore, understand, establish, and connect. As the crew of the Express, that's the Trailblaze creed we follow. Still, when the journey gets tough, those words can feel far off. Fear, risk, enemies, and death are the obstacles we face in pursuit of the creed. That's why the nameless who are able to stay the course number few indeed.
Don't like that Don Heng is staying on the side that all the people from the Shinjo are, kind of like showing that he's on their side, or he belongs with them. No, husband, move over to us, so that we are between you and the Silver-Tongued Lion Man.
Whether our destination lies before us or behind us, the decision is ours to make. Here, as on the Express, every vote counts.
Don Heng?
Husband, immediately. Please. I get to choose his action? Of course, I'm making him choose us.
Don Heng.
Oh wait, that was a vote in favor? I wouldn't have done that.
How am I still one of the nameless? I stand here at the mercy of others without true freedom to speak. But as a descendant of the Vidyadhara, I will fulfill my duty to the Luofu.
Great! Everyone's just as heroic as when they arrived. So, what's the master plan, General?
That's annoying.
There is no master plan, only a bet. A bet on the senior Vidyadhara's incomplete exuviation charm. And on Don Heng's ability to access the memories of the High Elder.
My man, I would be flipping you off so hard.
High Elder?
When the Rainbow Arbiter severed the Ambrosial Arbor, remnants of the curse of the plague's author lingered. In order to make the stemming of those remnants a possibility, the Luofu invoked the power of the Scions of Permanence. Under the direction of the High Elder, the Vidyadhara guided the waters of the ancient sea to flood the Scale Gorge waterscape delve and contain the Arbor. To commemorate this magnificent feat and sacrifice, the Alliance erected the Dragon Vista Rain Monument, a Vidyadhara statue.
Oh, it looks so much like Don Heng. I wonder if... the statue... is that Don Heng's brother?
I see why you might think so. These events occurred a long time ago. Yet successive generations of High Elders have not differed greatly in their appearance. That is, until the current generation. The most recent successor did not inherit the same level of power, and their appearance is that of a child.
Hello.
Do you understand, Don Heng? Since Dong Feng perished, the Luofu Vidyadhara have no longer had an individual capable of performing such feats. But you, who once kept watch over the Arbor, should be able to open a way through to that great tree. What happens next is in your hands.
It was all a big, like, bait trap to get done on the lawful, because like, what you were planning, Tingyun, if Don Heng had just stayed on the train where he was supposed to be, what would be the plan then? Bailu's the next successor? Is that why she's the only Vidyadhara, I can't say it, that has horns that we've seen so far?
You scared the heck out of me! For a second I thought you'd annoyed the general. It seemed like you were his prisoner. There I was, thinking up a plan to kidnap you, and it turns out the two of you are old buddies.
Same March. I'm over here making prison plans too. Prison escapee plans.
So, what made you suddenly decide to come down from the express? Aw, how sweet. But Mr. Yang and I have been holding our own. We're pretty much Xianzhou heroes at this point. Anyway, it's great to have you with us, Dan Heng.
We must increase bonds, because I am really afraid that Dan Heng is just gonna leave.
The general still has important matters to discuss with you. Please remain here.
Fight me. See if you can keep me here.
Imbibitor Lunay's reincarnation. Dong Hong, correct? I've heard your name before. Your name was only erased from the public eye. But as the Master Diviner, I know, and should know, all the records of years gone by. Such archives are of great importance in times of need. I was not born in the heroic and extraordinary era of the High Cloud Quintet. To have seen those legends with my own eyes. Your appearance closely matches the depiction in the annals. Does Vidyadhara reincarnation really entail a complete transformation? A new life?
Talk to myself. Kyrus looks at you as you both become silent. I guess the game's having some issues because, like, I can't click on myself to make answers. Kyrus shakes his head. He doesn't want to speak. Nobody can get him to open up. Oh, maybe.
I knew you'd come. When we first mentioned the Xianzhou, there was a sad look in your eyes. They may have banished you, but the Lawfu is still your home.
This is his home. He's coming back to us. I swear to God, they better not take him away.
You're a member of the Express crew, Dan Heng. Let's settle this matter as soon as possible. Our journey doesn't end here.
Yeah, fight for him to stay on the train. Swear to all that is holy. You better get on the train with us.
Has coming here triggered your memory? Release your full potential. The power you carry is the key to opening a way through to the Ambrosial Arbor.
The High Elder has been greatly changed by years of weathering. There are small words engraved near its base. Hearken as Arbor revives and foe nears, we call forth the mighty waters of ancient sea to flood abodes of heaven and quell roots of evil. We etch this in stone for all to heed. Beneath the endless rolling waves, the ancient roots of the arbor blaze. Long dormant they stir and come to life, as if a beast were waking from its strife. The containment mechanisms woven by past thrones, the bindings that tame the beast's power known, a fragile net soon to shatter and fall, its decay a warning, heard by one and all. Memories from the past emerge from darkness, tightly gripping you. Cutscene? This is really cool music, but I don't know if it's copyrighted, so we're gonna talk a little bit over the cutscene. I'm so sorry. This is a really cool cutscene, though. But I don't know if the music is copyrighted. Oh my gosh, this is so cool. So, I feel like we're just helping evil people get to the tree, though, but I have to explore this area more. It looks really cool. Okay, did everyone see the dragon in the middle? That was really cool. But I guess that answers my question from like many streams ago on why Bailu's the only Vidyadhara with horns. It shows that she's the next successor. Vidyadhara. Oh, they're eggs. They're reincarnation eggs.
That Scale Gorge waterscape was once the location of Dragon Palace. Small wonder. Look at all these submerged structures.
I was fortunate enough to be here during the Shuhu upheaval period. I witnessed this place in its prime. An age passed. The palace was left in ruins, and the Vidyadhara used their sacred homeland to imprison the Arbor. The Luofu and the Xianzhou are greatly indebted to them. Lady Fu.
Here, General.
Remain here. Lead the Cloud Knights in defense of this passage. We must prevent further incidents.
Tingyun. General, are you planning to face Phantilia alone?
I wouldn't say so. I'll be counting on a few friends for support.
General, don't cast us aside. We're willing to go with you.
Yes, General. We may not be the mightiest force, but it's our duty as Cloud Knights to protect the Xianzhou. How can we let Outworlders face the danger while we stay behind the lines? With your permission, sir, allow me to lead the way.
I understand your sentiments, soldiers. But the adversary ahead of us is not an abomination of abundance. They are a Lord Ravager of the Antimatter Legion. Crossing this line will bring you into the conflict between the Rainbow Arbiter and the Ruin Author. You have a more important duty. Cloud Knights, attention! After I enter the Ambrosial Arbor, and if the seawater returns to its original state, you must withdraw immediately and seal off the delve once more. The Master Diviner will lead you.
Yes, General!
Lady Fu, if I am unable to return, I entrust you with the important task of relaying the full account to the other Xianzhou ships.
I trust you will be here to reissue the order in person. But whatever the outcome, I will do as you command and honor the mission.
Spoken like a true general.
That I have my map back. Delightful, delightful. Can I do the freaking side story yet? I can. Okay, we will do that right at the beginning of my next, I can finally do that one. Alright, let's look at this. That's going to be Dan Heng's, like, how he got to where he currently is. If they come back to life, just kill them again. Sea's depths conceal no stone. Oh, I imagine defeat the master, that if we had fought her in the side quest, we might have been able to kill her, or she might have escaped, and then it would have been like she came back to life, but I let her go, so this doesn't quite work. Witness Dan Heng's Part the Waters. Okay, so I'm really close to where the main quest ends, because this is the last achievement currently in the Rail into the Stars, which is like the main quest achievements. So we're really close. So our goal is still to get... Oh, we still haven't gotten through this one. Alright, so our goal is still to do this. To get this one done. We only have 4 more days. And so, I'm gonna see you all again on Friday. At 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And pretty much, regardless of what happens, we're gonna go until I get that event quest done with. So what we're gonna do is we are going to do this side quest with Dan Heng, so that we know how he got to the artisan commission. We are going to do this part in this new area, which is bigger than I thought, but pretty straightforward. And I'm assuming the boss battle is gonna be here, and then that's probably where this quest ends, and then we will do the event. It's kind of short. I'm kind of like tempted to just do this part now, and then we'll do his side quest later. Because we still have like 15 minutes. Do you think we could get Dan Heng's side quest done in 15 minutes? Let's see. Because I've been going for over 2 hours anyway. So let's see if we can get the side quest done in 15 minutes. Just have to remind myself not to try and explore because I already explored the areas.
This is the Lafu's Ambrosial Arbor. It's my first time seeing it.
Okay, so this is after we just defeated the deer, probably, and left the alchemy area. Or the artisan commission.
Aren't you a Cloud Knight?
Cloud Knights don't visit the Ambrosial Arbor without a reason. Plus, I'm new here. The Lafu's plague mark is a tree, while the Yao Qing's is a moon. I think we got the better one.
I heard that the Ambrosial Arbor shriveled and died a long time ago. How could it suddenly spring back to life and start growing again?
The influence of the Stellaron. There's no time for explanations. We must return to the Ten Lords Commission. I'm wounded. I need your assistance in getting there. Once we get to Starskiff Jetty, you can go your separate ways.
Well, there's nothing else for it. We're duty-bound to help the Ten Lords Commission.
Capable of taking care of ourselves. We can leave you to take care of her, and we will go about our business. I do like that Dan Heng and just straight up side and like, I need to explore anything, so why is that not activated? Optional, talk to your teammates. Okay.
Sorry. All Cloud Knights answer to the Ten Lords Commission. Duty calls.
To stay with you.
Apologies for asking you to stick with me a bit longer. I'll treat you guys when I get you back to safety. I guess you could slip away and find a safe spot to hide. I'll come back and get you once I've sent her on her way. Not a smart way to operate. The Lafu is more dangerous than ever. I can't let you put yourself in harm's way.
I'm sure you couldn't stop me either, though.
Come on, together is better.
I did not expect such a short journey to be filled with so many twists and turns.
I just thought about how much taller Rocha is compared to us. I have seen that there has been some, like, bickering between Dan Heng's voice actor and the Trailblazer, the male one, Kalis' voice actor, about which one of their models is the shortest male model, if it's Dan Heng or if it's the Trailblazer.
How does it feel, Master Dan Heng, to be a subject of the Ten Lords Commission? A good answer. Short and to the point. It would seem I've been unsuccessful in detangling myself of matters thus far.
Like such a sketchy merchant. I'm excited for his companion mission solely because he seems so sketchy.
I suggest we hasten to Starskiff Jetty and send this judge of the Ten Lords Commission on her way. We must continue our own journeys as soon as possible.
Okay, which way is the... That is the question.
I don't think this is the way.
Okay. The game very strictly told me, being like, no, leave. Oh, we can talk to you as well.
Don't be nervous. I ran your facial profile against the records in the shackling prison just now. Indeed, there were no matches to be found.
Can the ears really be so different? Dang, I guess.
Hey, wait for us!
You said we had to get somewhere. We got places to be.
You're the first Ten Lords Commission judge I've met. What do you guys do exactly?
Our work concerns the Mara-struck and the lifespans of long-life species. I don't think this is the way.
Okay, it's not gonna let me explore at all.
Authorized personnel only. This chamber is... how do you pronounce it?
Sacrosanct. It means this place is important.
You sure know a lot, Mr. Locha.
You are too kind, miss. For one thing, I don't recognize that thing on the painting.
That's something I do know. It's an Arumaton. They're service robots on the Xianzhou.
I've never been able to say Sacros, whatever he said properly.
Be careful, everyone.
Okay, so it's not gonna allow any, like, going off, where you're supposed to. Diverting off course. There we go. So we should just not even attempt to explore and just...
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
As quickly as possible, just head forward. But first we're going to defeat all the monsters, apparently. We got supplies to get.
Here is thunder. Rules are made to be broken.
Rather than just have bigger HP bars, there's something so much more annoying about them respawning with health than it is for them to just be more tanky. I don't know if that's just me. Go that way. Again, hop over this hype gate. Okay, so that's not the way. Oh, that's this.
Huh? Why is there still a civilian out here?
It's the professor from the Artisan Commission.
I fear not death, for the fate of the Artisanship Commission now rests entirely on my shoulders.
The puppy's here.
Not a chance. Asai, escape while you still can. There's no hope of the Cloud Knights arriving now. As darkness falleth, think not what is just to this old man in...
Don't try to be a hero.
Asai, since...
Hey, do I sound like a dog to you?
No! My apologies, miss. No wonder I was confused. I never installed a human speech module in the little guy. No. But what is the meaning of this? I'm the only one left here. The apprentices all fled. You should probably do the same.
Is this before or after we got here? I thought this was after we had left.
You just said there's no hope of the Cloud Knights arriving. I happen to be a Cloud Knight. Wouldn't you call this a timely arrival? Come with us for now. I'll take care of things here later.
That won't do. As a senior artisan, I can't just abandon my post.
Looks like we're gonna have to resort to unconventional methods. Are you gonna come with us willingly? Or do I have to ask the guy behind me to carry you in his white death box?
That white death box is already occupied.
Can you give me a moment to consider those options?
Now! Move it!
She's like, use the function to... But there's no are we tracking the guy? Did he escape or something? What are we tracking?
Miss Cloud Knight, why did the General send you out here all alone?
The extent of the disaster means the Cloud Knights are short on manpower. But don't worry, I'll keep you safe.
Interesting practice.
Do people on the Xianzhou have no problem leaving blueprints out in the open?
It makes things easier for the craftsmen. It's not like outsiders can just walk in here.
Are we not outsiders here, Miss Sushang?
I do love that. He's just fascinating. He's just like, oh.
A few more steps and we're at the main gate. Thank you for escorting me. We must go our separate ways.
It's just a few steps away. You're not leaving with us?
Everyone has their duties and obligations. From the day I joined the Artisanship Commission, I've been taking care of the ins and outs of its operations without a day's rest. And today is no exception. The apprentices fled, as they should have. But I cannot let them see their master flee from peril. This is as far as I go with you. I must see what more I can do for the Artisanship Commission.
Master Gongshu.
No use in trying to talk me out of it, young miss. This old man cherishes his life. He won't do anything rash. On your way now.
Mr. Ganju turns around with his back against you alongside D-Ting, staring into the Artisan Commission adamantly.
Everyone has their duties. Let's go.
So did Dan Heng somehow get to the Artisan Commission before us and then like...
You still have more to do, no? Onward. I can't just abandon the commission. I must think of a way to solve all this.
And like that's why we met him right at the gate. Is that why he was like there before? Like, I get a sense of the time.
It doesn't look like it wants to let us through. Do you think if I yell at it, it could scare it off?
I doubt that. I think Atsai is the only one here still taking orders from people.
Any ideas?
I've got one. Bring it down.
You know,
doing
you're
that with
getting
everything
less
else.
silent and more deadly by the minute. Sounds good. Let's get it.
I'm just sneaking out running all the monsters since we're on a time.
Next opponent.
Here, this thunder.
I just want to pop, and I'm like at that point where like really wants to pop, but like can't quite get there yet.
That all.
If you want to take advantage of the fact that the goldfish explode, you just want to hit the goldfish that's closest to the mini boss, so that it would give the mini boss damage.
Is that all?
Nothing major.
See if it takes a break from summoning its little minions. Did not do enough of a big enough hit against it in time. Oh, okay, so if you defeat the gate, the minions all die instantaneously. That's good to know for the future.
So are judges all loners? You don't seem to have any backup.
Judges of the Ten Lords Commission have always acted independently, each carrying out their duty in solitude. However, I have a younger sister. You remind me of her.
Okay, but since the door is open, it makes me feel like it's after the main crew goes through. I'm very confused on where this is timeline-wise.
Master Gongshu, how could you stay inside? I'm afraid that if I leave, I won't be able to graduate.
Same. There's very little I would not have been willing to do when I got into like my last year of college.
You saw it, right?
What happened to the Artisanship Commission? Did someone overfeed their houseplant or something? How could I desert the Artisanship Commission in its time of need?
I love the wanted posters for Blade and Kafka in here. The design is just so cool.
Hey Yunsha, if we switch the material for the aromatons with whatever that crazy plant's made of, would that eliminate maintenance?
You know, Ziming, I say we focus on surviving today for now.
How could I leave? This is a novel engineering material. If I leave now, I may never get another chance to conduct research on it.
Oh, don't pay attention to my silly fellow apprentice. If he's set on staying here, I can't exactly leave him here alone, can I?
Like, my best friend is insane and wants to sit and wants to stay here, and so hence I am stuck with staying here as well, is what I hear from them.
The rebirth of the Ambrosial Arbor was bound to bring calamity. The Cloud Knights must be at the Alchemy Commission, next to the Arbor. You should head the same way. Thank you for ensuring my safety on this journey. I will report this good deed to the Ten Lords. And if the opportunity arises, I will return the favor.
How do we get done hung off the favor? She boards the star skiff and you watch as she leaves. It's a fun design.
She mentioned the Cloud Knights were at the Alchemy Commission. I should find a ship and regroup with my unit. What about you?
So we're going to go our separate ways now.
You want to stay here? No. The Artisanship Commission isn't safe enough. How about this? I'll escort you and Mr. Locha a little further.
We are most grateful, Miss Sushang.
Like we don't have a choice in the matter. We made it. In record time, too. A little over 15 minutes. Yes. So since we got that done, we should only have the new area to explore. And probably a boss fight. Ah, it looks so cool. How big is this area again? I'm like convincing myself if I should just do it now. It's not very big. There's 14 treasures and a warp trotter all in this little area? Are you kidding me? Did we just pass a bunch of treasures back there or something? We talked to, Pushwin. She is currently laying out war plans with Cloud Knights. It's best not to interrupt her. I'm just curious if I missed, like, treasure chests or something. Yeah, there's stuff here that wasn't here before. Yes, go in a very specific place, otherwise you can't climb, because apparently, frickin' he does not have knees. Oh, we got trash. I haven't seen trash drop in a hot second. Okay, so there are treasure chests in some of the other areas too. Alright, we're gonna clean out this area real fast. Ooh. Game's freaking out a bit. I saw there it is. Okay, there's another treasure chest. Oh, did it not? I thought it like took the fact that I clicked F. There we go. I kind of expected, since this is all like sand, for there to be like at least one treasure chest that's buried, but so far, no. Alright. The running on sand noise is hilarious. This the pose. Interesting. Alright, well, now that I've done a quick search over, there's still 11 more treasure chests in the small area.
These steps are so far apart. I gotta find a way down.
Use scale-gorge waterscape to seal the armor. Treason! Blasphemy! You've lost your senses. You think this will gain the trust of the Xianzhou natives. Those who are not of our kind can never be of our mind.
I understand your misgivings, but my decision is made. That is the course we must take.
Very well. In that case, I will report you to the preceptors and have you stripped of the name and power of the High Elder.
This must be the first High Elder that accepted the mission to quell the Ambrosial Arbor. According to tradition, from then on, successive High Elders were obliged to return to the Dragon Vista Rain Hall. They would guide the tides of the ancient sea to guard and strengthen the Arbor's seal.
Do you remember now?
Yes. Reverence to the Three Talons, the path to the Great Roots. It's the way to the root depths.
Make this so, like, this is the reason Dan Heng has to stay on the Jin show, is to, like, make sure the seal on the tree. Like, oh, it's his duty as the High Elder. They better not make this.
Kind of riddle? Reverence to the Three Talons. What the heck does that mean?
In all the Chinese mythology, dragons, when they're holding pearls or they're holding somethings, the dragons only have 3 talons, so I'm assuming it's referring to a dragon's hand.
Don't worry about it. Just follow me.
Oh, what a huge palace. Completely abandoned. That must have been difficult for them. Imagine how upset you'd be if you had to abandon me.
For the Vidyadhara, it must have been a necessary sacrifice.
Didn't sound like they thought it was a necessary one. Did I say I was going to do this in the next video? Yes. Am I doing it right now? Maybe. I'm like already in the... I'm in the mood. There's... no. Free video deals. What an interesting design.
What is this?
Miss March, I would advise you to refrain from interfering with the Vidyadhara.
Huh? The Vidyadhara? You mean these pearls will turn into people?
When the life of a Vidyadhara is over, they return to the ancient sea and form a shell, before emerging anew. This is the hatching rebirth cycle.
Whoa.
Okay, so if Dan Heng dies or has to sacrifice himself, we figure out which egg is the newest one and we kidnap it. We steal it, and they're gonna be like, how dare you? And we're gonna be like, we won't do it with the Stellaron. We're taking our express crew member and bouncing. Bye bye.
Is that all? A will forged in ice never falters!
You I found them anyway.
Conflict is pitiless! The dead return!
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
Really cool though. I'd be taking pictures so fast right now just to make sure that I knew which eggs were already here. I'd be like, alright, I gotta know which one will be the Dan Heng egg if we need to come and get him. But also, does that like the Vidyadhara, if this area has been sealed off, right? Do they have as full adults? Like, or does someone come by and check to make sure that, like, there are no babies crawling around that they need to take out and place somewhere? Or do they, like, since this was covered by the sea, do the fully formed adults or the babies just swim out of the sea? Being like, hey, we are new members of the Sin Show. How do we track people then? Especially since, they just did like, oh, fish. They just checked it Dan Heng against records and were like, nope, you are not on any of our like criminal records, which we know he is. So like, yeah, so like we know he's on the criminal records in reality, so like again.
We need a strategy.
What's she doing down here? Was she revived by the He's just now an enemy we're gonna have to fight.
Conflict is pitiless.
Yeah, so like if their records do not with maybe their appearance changing a little bit with reincarnation, like how do they be like, oh yeah, you're a person who's lived here? Or do they just assume anyone who has the ear is a Vidyadhara? And so they're like, yeah, those people live on the ship. Well, you have a new member added to the record. Like, I have so many questions.
A will forged in ice never falters.
Alright, so the thing that we should know, though, is that there should not be a hexanexus down here, because that would make literally no sense if there is a hexanexus down here.
The dead return!
Rules are made to be broken. Is that all?
Was that it? Here, this thunder. Receive divinity. Repay.
It's the debuff that's making us so weak.
Forged in ice never falters. Is that all?
To my heart's content.
Conflict is pitiless.
Yes.
Show no mercy.
That's a little damage.
Is that it?
A will forged in ice never falters.
Here, this thunder. The dead return!
To about half health. A little under half health. So I've learned a new thing that's happening online, especially in China, and I think it's China.
Made to be broken.
Women are using Barbie as like a litmus test, to see like if their boyfriend stacks up on if he should stay their boyfriend, being like, oh, if he hated the Barbie movie, you should dump him immediately. And if he didn't really get the message, but he doesn't like hate it entirely, keep an eye on him. If he liked the movie but didn't get the message, then he's salvageable, and then if you like the movie and got the message of the movie, then he's good boyfriend and husband material. And I absolutely love this, because we were talking about, like, things you should, like, essentially litmus tests that you should, like, send friends and people through, to make sure that they're safe to be around in a prior stream. And I think we even mentioned kind of the Barbie movie briefly, so I'm glad that other people seem to agree with this thought process. Alright, let's heal a little bit. Perfect. Alright, so we came from... Oh, I forgot that we came from over here. So let's go in this delve, and then we'll go off to the side. Guys won't be nearly as hard to defeat as compared to Dunshu was.
Here, there's thunder!
Is that all, Major?
Conflict is hideous!
Rules are made to be broken! A will forged in ice never falters!
If any of you have thought about playing it, it's a dating simulator. But at least in my opinion at this point, is
the dead return!
It's so they recently released Obey Me Nightbringer. Because I think they were running out of like server space or something to continue doing the main storyline on the main game, the Obey Me Shall We Date main game, because they already had like 70 something main lessons in the game, and each lesson is like 20 or so parts, and so it's a lot to be in one game. I fully understand, but the issue is like they've completely stopped adding new stuff to the old game, to the original, and so like the only reason to play it, because even the events happen both on the old game and on the new game, and it's the exact same event. Even from the writing perspective, they've made it so that the language is like vague enough that it could be happening during the main game or it could be happening during the new game. They've like made it vague enough for that. They don't really change anything, or the changes are like very minor. And so like if you're fully caught up with the lessons on the main game, there's almost no reason to play it anymore. Like, because there's nothing that you would miss from the, if you're as long as you're playing Nightbringer, there's nothing you would miss outside of the fact that like you spent so many years collecting the cards that you have. That would be the only like negative thing comparatively, because as long as you've done the main story, there's nothing new. So you would just move on to Nightbringer. It would just suck because you can't transfer your cards that you got from the main game. If you were like debating on starting it, I don't even know if you should start the original game anyway, instead of like looking up the plot of it, instead of doing it yourself, because Nightbringer is set up actually so that you can play it with very little issues, even if you have not played the original. Like, you'll get Easter eggs and some stuff that they're talking about a little bit more easily, but there's nothing like too nothing where you like, at least so far from me playing Nightbringer, that like it's just like you have to have played the main game to be able to get references and stuff, like, or not. No, you need to play the main game to get like the Easter eggs and stuff, like those kinds of references. But like, it's not like, oh, you don't know this specific piece of lore, and so therefore you aren't you be able to answer this one question, and so something bad will happen to you in the game. That's not how they've set it up. They actually have it. I didn't know if we were the way. I did this on accident. You can actually give your character amnesia to the main game. Thought we weren't supposed to talk about the fact that we knew what happened in the main game because of how the story is set up, so I played pretend like I didn't know anything about the main game so that I wouldn't be suspicious, but the game took that as you did not play the main game, and so because of that, they just you essentially give your character amnesia. Don Hung.
People knew that you had brought me here, there would be great unrest. They will never know. Keep quiet, Tingyun. This will make us even. I will give you 2 hours. Research what you can. Remember, 2 hours. I'm a short-lived species. Do you think 2 hours isn't enough? It will be done.
Things that kind of sound like Blade.
That's Dun Feng's voice. But what about the other person? It's so familiar.
I guess they're like pointing out that it's someone you know, so that's probably Blade, right? Oh, let's finish going down here. There's probably a chest or something. I say, and then am entirely wrong. There it is. I was like, I was just completely wrong about there being a chest over here. But nope, I was right. Oh, you can come down here. Oh, it's all this kind of interwoven. Alright, we're not actually coming down here yet. I just got excited thinking I'd found a hidden path. Alright. Go back up here and go around, and I am so freaking unable to do directions. But yeah, so you can essentially give your character amnesia to the first game and literally know nothing that happens, and like, and then the game will just treat it like you know nothing about the first game. So I did that by accident. I didn't know that that was something you could do. I thought we were supposed to pretend we didn't know what happened in the first game. But yeah, so you can play Nightbringer without knowing anything from the first game. It just lets you have like haha Easter egg kind of moments, like with Memmon's credit card and the freezer and stuff. I do like the minigames more. Oh, a ceremonial lamp left by the Vidyadhara that contains the Vidyadhara's power of sealing. By lighting them up in a specific sequence, corresponding seals in the Scale Gorge waterscape can be removed. Oh, so we get to play,
This is one of the places mentioned in the riddle. One of the 3 talents. If we can break the seal here, we'll be a step closer to the roots of the arbor.
Those seals you mentioned, do you mean these weird-looking stone lanterns?
That's right. From what I recall, we have to touch these stone lanterns in a particular sequence to unlock the seals in this area.
In that case then, I'll leave it to you.
I'll do my best.
Okay, so you have actually any knowledge of I'm supposed to click these things in? Chat. Second. I haven't seen anything like visually that visual cue tells me to do these in. Just here. See.
Hey, check it out! The bases of these stone lanterns are different.
The base. Okay. They're like, if you did not pick up on this visual clue, we will tell you to look down. Which I definitely didn't, so March, thank you. Oh, close up with Kalis. Are we not making this easier for them?
General, did you hear about Miss Tingyun?
I received word from Lady Fu. The depth of Fentilia's infiltration, along with her meticulous planning, makes her extremely difficult to guard against. The Cloud Knights will carry out an investigation. But for now, our most pressing matter is to put a stop to Fentilia's scheme.
Supposed to come this way. I guess it's all linked together, that way you can come this way if you want. Still perfect, actually. I cannot get over the dragon just going through the water constantly. That is so cool. But yeah, so if you have ever been interested in I feel like I'm talking about a commercial. If you've ever been interested in playing Obey Me, but you're like hesitant about it because of the fact that you're like, oh, there's so much content in the first game, I would never get to the second one in reasonable time, don't worry, you can just straight up start the second one and it will not hurt you in any way. But I do like the games from the second one a lot more compared to the first one. But the benefit of the first one is that if your power is high enough, you can actually just like put your phone down and it do the battling for you. And you just be able to progress that way. That is one thing I liked about it. But in the second game, since it's like a rhythm game, you actually have to play it.
Is that all? A will
and
forged
so
in ice. Never falters.
it's less. You can just put it down and do whatever you want in the meantime, which is a little unfortunate.
Are made to be broken.
It's fun when you actually want to play the rhythm game. I think they have currently, as of this video or this live stream, use notes. I'm actually curious about the lore here, so let's see if we can find that. Teacher says if people don't remember where they come from, then they'll be similarly confused about which direction they should go. School's out, so I've come to the Scale Gorge Waterscape to find out about the history of us Vidyadharas. In our textbooks, we come out of the primordial ocean just like this one, but far vaster than the tiny reaches of the luminescent depths. There is an ocean as far as the eye can see, covering up the entire planetary surface. Our ancestors lived a carefree life together in the roiling deep that were countless other living beings. Back then, we could still use the power given to us by our dragon ancestor, Long? I would say Long, but I remember the way he said it was different. As the prime species among these sea creatures in the roiling deep, everything was within our control. If a fish species was too bony, we'd remove the bones from inside their body. If a sea beast was too small, we'd fatten it up and make it proliferate. If a seaweed was too bitter, we'd sweeten it up until it was delicious. The teacher says that back then we could use our powers derived from to change the form of any creature as easily as children playing with modeling clay. Ancestors could modify fish into thick mountains of meat playing with the modeling clay. Oh wait. Gouging meat from this hill whenever they wanted a bite to eat. Back then, crabs could have thousands of legs, each leg filled with delicious crab meat. I wish that we could go back to those days, but teacher says that we'll never be able to go back. One day when we could no longer control the powers of our dragon ancestor, All the creatures in the entire ocean became our enemies. The fish were toxic, the sea beasts hostile, even the seaweed could prey upon us. Later on, even the microscopic creatures in the rolling deep became dangerous. They multiplied until the ocean was no longer fit for our survival. Even later on, we became a member of the Jinzhou Alliance. Life is good aboard the Jinzhou, but the freedom of the ocean is something we will never recover. The teacher also says that people should live with the future in mind, and we shouldn't suffocate ourselves with nostalgia. So I believe that even though we'll never be able to go back to our ocean home, so long as I qualify into adulthood, then I will definitely build a more beautiful future than the past. So essentially, they had almost godlike power. And then probably through hubris, restrictive said power. Because of, like they said, that they could just remodel it and do, oh, not one of these apes. Those things are so annoying to fight. Been a lot of history and writing today. Let's see. Heng, the artisan, was forced by the preceptors to sculpt the High Elder. My heart still harbors resentments, which I shall detail in engraving. The High Elder, Ui, always the people pleaser who stole the sacred Vidyadhara lands for those hand-wringing aliens. Seek yet not forgiveness from your forebears. I, Master Artisan at the Artisan Commission, once admonished him in person but was reprimanded, demoted, and then forced to sculpt a statue by the preceptors. I've lived over 400 years now. I bemoan my powerlessness to the right injustices. Oh, alas. I've mooned to put pen to pottery. Fate found me in childhood. Now I am old. My past is frostfell flowers mirrored in the cold. Okay, so it's one of the people that was against using their original lands to seal the tree.
I'm with you.
I commend.
Let's wait and see.
This seal was already on the verge of breaking before the ambrosial arbor.
Repay.
This thing is annoying. From the last time we had to fight it. But yeah, so I keep getting interrupted, but essentially, if you want to play Obey Me, there's no you won't be penalized for just starting with Nightbringer.
Conflict is pitiless.
It will take you a very long time if you want to start with the Shall Me Date, the first one, to get through it. Because like I said, it is 76 episodes long, I think. Minimum of 76. There might be more. And you have to build up like enough power to successfully defeat the different levels, and that is not a quick thing. I spent like a year and a half playing the game, and currently if I want like 100% guaranteed success, which is what I have been doing, I've only gotten to chapter like 14, chapter 16, somewhere in there, with 100% guaranteed success, and that's over a year of building my team's powers and like mining to build their power. With bonuses, I'm sure I could get to some higher levels, like using the light sticks or whatnot. But that shows like a year and a half's work is still only going to get you guaranteed to like episode 16. So if you want to start the game, it might be easier to start with Nightbringer and then look up like a wiki lore article to read through what happens in the main game. Or you can start them at the same time. Because like I said, the sequel doesn't really have much bearing on this. Like, you don't need to know the main story to do the sequel. So that's my it's about Obey Me for anyone who wants to play that game.
Did you notice the flagstone the creature was stepping on? I wonder if it has any connection to the seal.
Revelation slate. Okay. So these so if this is 1, 2, 3, 4, it's 2, 3, 1, 4. So, oh, there's even different, like, okay. I'm gonna need to pull up that map more if there's multiple. Alright, so it's the top of 3. I know it's this one, but I don't remember which one. It's top of 3. And then 4 only has the bottom, so it has to be the bottom. Can you imagine if it was the top one? That one, it would have been difficult to unlock that seal.
Let's head to the third seal.
Okay, where am I physically? I want to check to make sure I haven't missed any chests in the... Chest here. Chest here. You could go forward. I think it's this thing I'm hearing. You can choose any path to be able to go forward. Is this also a path right here? No. Okay. It's just the map kind of makes it look like it is. This is the map. This is the point of the map that's farthest away, so we will start here for exploration purposes. But I feel like we're just this feels like in every action movie where they're like, oh, we have to get the treasure before the bad guys do, because otherwise the bad guys will get the treasure. And then the bad guys just sit back and let you do all the work to get to the treasure while they're like only 2 steps behind on purpose. So that you do all the danger, unlocking all the traps, or undoing the seal, or whatever it is you're doing. And at the end, while you're exhausted, they'll just snatch it from you. Like every action movie does this. So I feel like us unlocking the seal is helping the bad guys, but you know, it's just my opinion. The eggs are so cool.
Goes a long way.
That should do, General.
Enough. Don't be nervous, sir. This is a mere formality for me and the Ten Lords Commission. This is of vital importance to the Ambrosial Arbor seals. Safety must be guaranteed.
Quelling the Arbor is the duty of the Vidyadhara.
Keep in mind, this generation cannot afford to repeat the failure of the previous High Elder.
Of course.
The Cloud Knight General and the Ten Lords Commission. They performed regular inspections of Scale Gorge Waterscape.
They said that the previous one, like, failed in some capacity. Oops.
I'm with you.
I'll follow in a second. Let me just... I need to do my...
Let's wait.
I need to do my... Oh. I need to do my power-ups. Give me a second. Otherwise this fight will take a billion years.
Repay.
Just a scratch.
Conflict is pitiless.
A will forged in ice. Never falters.
Tumbler just put out.
Here, this thunder. Show no mercy. The dead return.
Is that all?
Trifling. Ruins.
are made to be broken.
Okay. That was terrible.
A will forged in ice never falters.
A miracle.
Is that all?
Conflict is pitiless.
Is that all?
Mortality means forever.
Nothing major.
Here, this thunder.
I underestimated you.
A will forged in ice never falters.
Just a skirmish.
Nothing major.
The dead return! Conflict is pitiless. Show no mercy.
Secret of the saints.
Nothing major.
Is that all? Nothing more than that. Rules are made to be broken. A will forged in ice never falters.
Here,
Someone. What's everything only doing to random circle? So, continuous. Oh my gosh, I looked away for so long, and yet I don't even have health.
Nothing major.
the dead return!
Thanks.
This thunder! Conflict is pitiless. Show no mercy.
So I was earlier and
forged in ice.
Never the people that you took along the way.
Is that all?
Funny, like we just like
this thunder.
kidnap Gapon off of Bellabon, and then just like took him along with her.
Made to be broken.
Or, like he was going on vacation from Bellabon, and he's like, "Oh, I'm trying the Astro Express crew for like a vacation." But then while he's on vacation, we require him to help us with saving our entire another planet. And so he's just here with like his sister's music case doing stuff. That would be so. That's just funny concept wise.
Wheel forged in ice never falters.
Like the temperature difference, because Bella is constantly cold, so like his body must be super adapted to the cold, and so like him being on what seems like almost a temperate planet, and somewhere that would be just cold, like it would be muggy hot.
Just a
scratch.
Rules are made to be broken. Wheel forged in ice.
Be overheating constant.
Conflict is pitiless.
No.
Here, this
I think a spectator is just cheerleading on my team. Hey, go, guys, you can do it. Go.
Conflict is pitiless.
Again.
Show no mercy.
Take him out in the next bit.
A wheel forged in ice never falters.
That final blow. Okay, yeah. Thank you, guys. did not even see which one that was. Oh, yeah, it's this one. Alright. God text has been damaged. Text is missing. From Preceptor Tyrone's speech. Ancestral law, isn't that ridiculous? From a different preceptor, after the sedition, the Vidyadhara reputation has been tarnished. If we don't turn the other cheek and show friendship, it could damage the alliance. So the Vidyadhara should stop following the rules of the High Elder and should instead follow the rules of the preceptors. Probably to show people that they're willing to work with us. Fun's choices are not linked to everyone's image. He is separate from the people. Timelines are unchanged. We need to take back the ancient relics from Don Fung. This preceptor wants to replace the High Elder with the Preceptor Council, probably so they will get power. Do not slander me. Misunderstood that the High Elder system is outdated and handing over all power to a single person has caused tremendous amounts of issues throughout history. Let's give the power back to the people. Are you saying that people can't govern themselves? We have to think about this clearly because it's going to decide our fate for a while. Yeah, but anytime a group of people have been like, well, since the tyrant's no longer in power, we will take over, give the power back to the people, and we will present them. It's always resulted in creating a corrupt council. So, you know, it's one tyrant for another. It's just one tyrant's pretending to be for the people while the other one is openly a tyrant that does not care for the people. Potentially. A lot of kings have, like, well, there are examples of monarchies where the king has, like, actually lived for the people, but they are few and far between. Okay, so that's where we're going, but we have one more spiel to get through. Doing... Okay, there's only 4 more treasure chests. Assuming there's not a treasure chest then. Let's get some help. Sure, I've already talked to this one, but let's make sure.
Who are you?
Don Fong said only the High Elder can enter here.
That traitor is already dead. Who are you? What do you want with the High Elder?
What do I want? I want to see her. See how she's faring. I want to see her.
A mysterious intruder. But that voice is so familiar.
Ooh, that's a more feminine sounding voice, so I couldn't tell you who that is. The last one sounded like Blade, so that was my guess there. But this one, I don't know, unless it's Kafka, I don't know who that is. But that would make Kafka much older than we assumed she was.
Here is thunder.
So John Fung has been detained or killed at this point. Did they already, from the council speaking, that there wasn't a new High Elder put in place? So who's the king that the other ones will show no mercy? That like, she's like, oh, I need to see the High Elder. I just need to see to make sure she's okay. Unless they're talking about Bailu, because Bailu's the
talents is here.
I'm guessing it's gonna be based off these murals. So like you would start with the baby, right?
Beneath the lunar glow adore, Vidyadhara eggs begin to form, and from the ancient sea rebirth, to walk again on solid earth. This mural describes the Vidyadhara hatching rebirth in the lunarescent depths. The beginning of self-reincarnation.
This mural is pretty interesting. It looks like time hasn't had any effect on it.
This mural must be related to the others here. It tells the story of the Vidyadhara self-reincarnation. From hatching rebirth in the ancient sea, to the return to that same sea as the cycle begins again.
Hey, do you think this could be related to the seals?
Perhaps.
Perhaps? Fair enough. It's tough racking your brains all the time. I'm struggling to keep track.
So this one I think is the last one. This one looks like it has the youngest people on it, so I think it's this one next.
Our reincarnation's greatest cost, the wisdom of a past life lost. Yet through the teachings of our kind, unto the younger Gaddon consigned, the mural depicts the Vidyadhara being guided by their elder, wiser kin after their rebirth.
They don't retain their memories from the past? I'm so confused if they retain their memories or not. I think it's this one next.
Our people sing the hymn of clouds, and dance to water's cherished sounds. And high above the dragon flies, to each is destined different skies. This mural portrays the Vidyadhara young. They acquire knowledge and depart for different places on the Shenzhou, thereby dedicating themselves to serving the Alliance.
For my soul. Oh gosh, that went through my head. I think this is the last one that returned out to the sea.
And as the day is almost gone, return alone to water's song. Beneath the waves in silver shell, await new life that time will tell. The worldly limit of the Vidyadhara is reached after 7 centuries. They return to the ancient sea and form a shell, awaiting the next hatching rebirth.
Exactly. Someone find his rebirth shell and then just like cast it on the Shinjo, or was it like, oh, this dragon is so cool. Or was it like after they figured out that he was Don Feng's reincarnation that they're like, you have to leave, and then like exiled him.
The reverence to the 3 talents is complete. Now, we must head for the roots of the arbor. The roots of the arbor are still growing.
It's Ventilia. We must hurry.
More treasure chest to get.
Here, this thunder!
Rules are made to be broken!
The dead return!
Bloom. Repay.
Espiritus!
Monument erected in 8000 SC at the bottom. Strictly forbidden. Oh, it's a record of the arbor tree still growing over time. Okay.
A will forged in ice never falters!
Hear this thunder! Show no mercy!
We caught them unawares.
Last two treasure chests off. Two in a sec.
Young master, must we really forsake Skelgord's waterscape?
Can you forgive me, Yuan?
I cannot say, your master. I don't resentment in my heart. But there are also feelings I cannot put into words. The senior Vidyadhara say that the Sinjo offered us this place. That we hail from another world. Is it time to repay them?
It is time to repay them.
Activate the treasure chest here, because I don't know what they would be. Because I was pretty good about running around. Yeah, missing.
Is that a dragon?
We've reached the end. These are the roots of the ambrosial arbor, where the vestiges of abundance lie. Reverence to the three talents. The path to the great roots. This is it. Under the power of the High Elder, the arbor's roots have formed into the image of a dragon. Now, I will break the final seal.
I hope everyone is prepared.
I mean, as long as this doesn't take... Well, I mean, the last time we had to do a boss fight like this, it took a while to complete. That was my mistake when I was fighting Kokolia. I thought, like, oh, this should only take, like, 5 minutes. It did not. I was very wrong. So this time, we will leave that till next time, because I have done way more than I was going to. We're still missing a treasure chest. I wonder... I was really good about searching everywhere. I wonder what it is. But yeah, so we will do this in the next video. Trying to search in like the little crannies that I didn't get to before. potentially. It's like a tiny little nook. Okay, it's not this one either. Yeah, I have no idea where that last chest is. Alright, but yeah, so this took another 2 hours, so we definitely would have had trouble getting to that event in time, especially if that event takes a hot second. But yeah, so next stream, which since we doubled this one will be on Friday, we will get to we will do this quest, and we will probably go and do the boss fight. And then we will finally be able to get to this mini event, and we'll probably work on this for the majority of Friday and potentially Sunday. If we get all of this done on Friday, then we will work on this one on Sunday. I guess someone else used goodbye. Nice. Alright, so that thank you all for anyone that stuck with this extra long stream. Double the length of my normal streams. I hope to see you all again on Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I hope you all have a good night, good morning, good day, whatever time it is for you. See you all again soon, and goodbye.